Good afternoon. Great to have each and every one of you here for a special meeting at 5 p.m., which it is that hour. I want to welcome each of you and let you know that the city offers not only for you to join us here, but via Zoom, and we welcome those that may be on Zoom. I would like to ask each and every one of you, whether you're on Zoom or here, to silence your phones. And if you have dogs or wild animals at home, to silence them too. And we would thank you for that. We are all here and accounted for, so thank you to the council for that. We will first open up this meeting with a public comment period. If you are here and wish to speak, there are yellow cards right up here for you to fill out and give to our city clerk. You will be given a time frame to speak within and would direct all of the statements that you have to me. If you're on Zoom, we will ask you second to speak. And so with that, Madam Clerk, do you have any comment cards at the present time?
No, I do not, Mayor.
All right. And are there any callers on Zoom that have the raised hand?
There's no one on Zoom.
No one in Zoom with the raised hand.
We actually have a request that would like to do public comment.
Oh.
From Erica Landman.
Miss Landman. Well, thank you. You got in just before I closed the public comment period.
I just made it.
Please.
Thank you. My name's Erica Landman, and I reapplied for the Library Board of Trustees. And so if you have any questions, feel free to ask or whenever. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, hearing that we don't have anybody on Zoom and seeing that we only had one person, I will close the public comment period. And we are specifically here this afternoon to conduct the interviews and appoint the applicants to fill the vacancies on the City Council appointed Board of Library Trustees with a term that expires on June 30th of 24 and unscheduled vacancy on the bid board that expires on June 30th of 27. So with that title read, I will turn it over to our city clerk, Lorena, please.
Thank you. So here we're here to conduct interviews and appoint applicants to fill scheduled and unscheduled vacancies. So just to give a little brief overview, the city clerk's office conducted a recruitment for the boards and commissions with effective vacancies as of June 30th. Back on April 23rd, city council meeting, we did an update on the recruitment. And at that time, we accepted the one applicant that received after the deadline. And of course, we scheduled the interviews for tonight. Applicants previously interviewed have been requested to attend the meeting in the event the city council members have any follow-up questions prior to the appointment, as well as I wanted to let you guys know that applicant Madison Turmel is not available for the interviews, but would like to be considered for the Library Board of Trustees. And then, so currently we are trying to fill 2 vacancies in the Library Board of Trustees, as well as bid. We have one that we're trying to fill an unscheduled vacancy. Before you are the applicants that are considered for the Board of Library Trustees. We have 3, as well as 2 for the Business Improvement District. So at this time, we're recommending that we conduct the schedules for the interviews and using the formal balloting process, appoint representatives to fill vacancies on the Board of Library Trustees with term expiring on June 30th, 2024, and Business Improvement Advisory Board term with a term expiring on June 30th, 2027. So that includes my report, and I will turn the meeting back to you so you can conduct interviews.
Madam Clerk, thank you. Appreciate that. And I've been told that Madison is in Europe at the current time, and it's currently 2 a.m.
Correct.
in his time. And we did not feel like that would be an appropriate time to interview him. And so we've acknowledged that, and we will consider his resume.
Perfect.
So with that, I believe we're ahead of schedule, which is for us very good. The first applicant is scheduled to be for 5:10, but I believe you said she is on Zoom.
Yes, she is available. So we
And
can call her
Dr.
to.
Mary Ann Cintron.
Bendel,
Yes.
if I may, traditionally, when we have an incumbent that is reapplying again, unless they're in somehow or another not capable of serving or anything that's happened, we skip the interview process and go ahead and
Correct.
reappoint them. So I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and reappoint Erica Landman to the Library Board of Trustees
Okay.
before we start the interview process.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Discussion, questions, any comments from anybody? Hearing none, would you take an oral vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Councilmember Alowitz,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedel,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson,
Yes.
motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank
Now-
you, Gary.
Erica, you can go home if you want, or you can stick around for the fun-filled next half hour.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Erica, for being here, and thank you for the service that you have given and for the service that you'll continue to give. So I appreciate that. Okay, Mary Ann, is she on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let's cue her up on our screens here. Thank you, first of all, for applying, and we do have all of the paperwork that you put in. Before we ask you whatever questions that we have, we would love to hear a little bit about you, and let us know kind of why you want to serve. And the floor is yours. You have about 7-8 minutes if you need that long, but please, it's yours.
Well, welcome back, Erica. I'm also just excited to be before the council members. I've had an opportunity to speak with most of you individually to let you know a little bit about my background, because I have over 25 years plus in education, but my heart is here in Glendora. I graduated from Azusa Pacific with 2 master's degrees, 2 teaching credentials, which I keep current. I've worked at Foothill Christian School. I was an adjunct at Azusa Pacific, and I also taught at Goddard for 1 year. My heart is in Glendora. I earned my master's in education leadership and administration with Argosy University. And I have been a public speaker. I have been an author. My passion has been to help dyslexic children. So while I've come to school board, library boards before to ask for funding to get literacy programs in the libraries, at this point, that's not my agenda. My agenda is to serve in my community. I have a passion for literacy, but also I love how the library is the connection for the community to be aware of what's going on civically. I love the mission that the library stimulates the civil involvement and is a symbol of the community's well-being, and connecting the world, connecting the people to the world of ideas, information, and imagination and support. If I were to describe myself, I would say I'm a very creative person, a very loyal person, and I love people. And one of my latest happenings in my life is being a grandma of a 2-year-old. And so I've been bringing her to the library story time, and she loves it and I love it. I love the environment. As I'm transitioning from working with dyslexic children as a tutor from my home, I actually still have a promise of a grant to help in San Bernardino County to help bring a dyslexia program that I developed to a district that I actually used to work in a home hospital setting as a tutor. So that's how that bridge happened. But I don't have an agenda to help with dyslexia in the community other than if people want help. My plan is to have have resources available, how we can work in the community to have additional programs for the students, elementary through middle and high school, and also some training for adults that might need some training in a professional manner. I'd like to collaborate with the board about that. I am founder and president of the nonprofit Step by Step Dyslexia Solutions. So I have developed boards, I'm on boards, I'm still interviewing candidates to be on my board, and it would just be an honor to serve at this capacity.
Great. Mary Ann, thank you for that. Stick around because
Okay.
we're going to go through each of us and ask you whatever questions that we have. So Michael, I'll start with you. Any
Thank you, Mayor.
questions?
Yes, hi, Dr. Citron. I just have one question. How can you enhance the great work that the library is already currently doing with your background?
Well, I noticed that the big improvement at the library has been a lot of interest in Wi-Fi usage. So there's a lot of people interested in technology, especially wanting to stay home more. I'd like to bring people more into the library. And I think with creative programs that are family-friendly, programs that will help their children really learn and develop at the developmental stages. And I have a lot of ideas up here. I can't share them here. But I do have some ideas of how we can bring some creative programs to bring people back into the library other than just for the Wi-Fi usage.
So if you could have one accomplishment in a 4-year term, what would that accomplishment be?
Well, I know the bond issue is coming up for the improvement of the library infrastructure. And I know and we want the bond to help with the community of Glendora as well. So I think that's going to be one of my primary focuses, is to really help support, get behind the council and the community to help our library be the best it can be as far as infrastructure again, too.
Thank you, Doctor.
Michael, thank you. Karen, questions?
Well, Mr. Alawas asked one of the questions I was going to ask. Just anything else, Mary Ann, that you think that you would be able to bring to this position?
You know, Karen, I think just my love of children is the latest thing I've had. I never thought I would, I never had a desire to be on a school board or a city council, and I didn't think I'd ever be on a library board, but I just love being with the kids still. I love seeing the young children and the parents with their grandparents. I've created Facebook groups to get communication going so we could share ideas. And I just, have a passion to help families grow together and stay unified. The few times I've attempted to write grants for the nonprofits, I received outside invitations to work in the school districts. And one was in a home hospital care, and they were for autistic children. And then the second time was in an elementary school with pre-kinder or TK through first graders, and they were autistic kids. And I know autism is on the rise, and there's just a need for families to get support with, and that position lasted 3 months as well. So I was hired from an outside firm, not realizing that schools are really trying to fill those positions within. But that kind of halted some of the grant writing I was doing. And I know that families need help with autistic kids, kids with dyslexia, kids with no special needs. Just, we're running out of books on how to raise kids, right? And how to help raise our grandkids.
Well, and I think you've already demonstrated some of your great wisdom and the fact that you said you didn't want to serve on a school board or city council, but we're choosing the library board instead. So I think right there, you're already making wise choices. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Karen. Gary, questions?
Yeah, well, Mary Ann, you've already shared a little bit. I was going to question you about, some of the ideas that you had for children with special needs. Because, unfortunately, those types of programs are becoming more and more prevalent and very, very necessary. You mentioned the idea of the bond for the library. And just to be clear, there's been no decision made on that yet, but it's just in conversations. But the library has a lot of infrastructure problems. It has pretty much from the day that it was built. And the Board of Trustees is going to have to be front and center with this conversation as we start moving forward with the community, because basically nobody wants to pay more taxes,
Mhm.
but we all agree that we need to do something about the library. It's too important to this community to not come up with a solution for this. So my question to you is, are you ready to be that person to be out and lobbying on behalf of the library? Because if we want to, for the library staff does an amazing job. Somebody actually gave me a great comparison the other day. It's like going to that restaurant that has the absolute best food in town, but it's in a rickety old building. That's what we
Mhm.
feel like when we go to the library, is that nobody realizes the condition of the library because the staff does such a great job. But
Mhm.
we are going to have to be front and center and upfront with the community as far as what the needs are. And I just want to make sure that you understand that and are ready to take on that responsibility.
Absolutely. And, I think we've seen Glendorians rally up and bring support. And I think it'll be there, and I would be a strong person to bring that in as well.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Marianne, thank you. Gary, thank you. David, questions?
Thank you, Gary. That's called atmosphere when you go to those dining experiences. Yes. Hi, Marianne. Thanks for joining us.
Hey,
You've alluded to and hit on some of the points, and Gary talked about some, but as we've all shared this evening, the increasing demands for differently abled readers' abilities, what kind of programs do you think you might bring, or that we could enhance what's already there and open ourselves to even a greater audience?
well, one of the things I had in mind was the collaboration, possibly with Foothill Christian School. I know a lot of families have gone to the school for some programs there, but there might be some collaboration. Students like to act out and do drama. And I know we can always do puppet shows for the younger kids. That's something that was very strong when my kids were little. Puppet shows, but to act out some drama of life situations of we would call them character classics, how to get along with people and develop social skills, but just to have some fun with the kids. And those are just a few of the ideas I have. But I know that learning has to be age appropriate. So when I've taken my granddaughter, I know they want to go right. 2 years old, wants to go right to the computer. And maybe there'll be some way to enhance, a computer room for the younger kids where they can, put those headphones on. They feel so empowered and learn to share and take turns and, but just age appropriate things. Some of the singing and dancing that they've done for the younger kids have just been really fun. That even when we're in a restaurant on Mother's Day, we went to Cheesecake Factory, and my granddaughter took my reading glasses out of my case and was waving the little cleaning cloth like we did in the story time, putting it on her shoulder, putting it on her knee. And I just thought that was a crack up because she was carrying that knowledge of what she learned in the library to a restaurant. So wasn't that fun? So yeah, just age appropriate activities and learning opportunities are what I would bring in.
All right. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
David, thank you. A crazy thing to ask you, but we all have kids, some of which live in town and some of us don't. But what's the incentive that you use to get your son to move back here? Because we'd love to have that.
Oh, thank you. That was something that was just very fond for me, that he wanted to come back to Glendora. Well, so both of my kids, we have 3 kids. Our eldest went to be with the Lord a couple of years ago on 9/11, but we have 2 kids that are 30 and 32, and they all went through the elementary school system and middle school and high school in Glendora. And he has a lot of fond memories of Glendora. And the fact that we've been here over 25 years is inspiring to him, that, he wants to be with family, connect with old friends. And the place where he's living, he likes the opportunity over there on Grand, the 3-story condo opportunity. But I think we're accommodating the younger generation as well here to afford living in Glendora. And that's been a concern for a lot of families that their kids haven't been able to afford Glendora.
Good, thank you. Well, that is all that I think that we have. The process is that we'll interview everybody that's on this list, and then we will vote. I'm assuming that, Madam Clerk, that she can stay on Zoom.
Yes, we can.
And once the vote concludes, then you will see where everything lands.
Correct.
So we anticipate being done by 6, because we have to go into another event at 6 o'clock. So thank you for being first. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
My pleasure.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, with that, we will, with Madison, obviously, he is not here. I don't know does anybody have any questions about him or anything? Or Adam, do you know him or?
It's a man, actually. No,
He-
it's a man. Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. So hopefully we've all read what he's done and his resume and everything with that. Okay. Well, we are still ahead of schedule. So next person up is John at 5:20, but you're at 5:14. So John, we appreciate you being here. And you are applying for a position on our bid board. And I know that you and your wife own the so-and-so uptown, and we appreciate what that is for all of us. So tell us something about your self and why you'd like to be on the bid board.
Sure. I moved out to California in 1980. In 85, settled here in Glendora, been here in Glendora since then. Relocated a few times due to my work, but always had home base here. My kids grew up here, went through the school system. So I'm familiar with Glendora. I enjoy being here. It's a great town to, it suits us just fine, really fine. 14 years ago, my wife, who has a passion for sewing and crafts and stuff like that, opened up to so-and-so. And, she's been enjoying and operating and managing that and the challenges that comes with that. I assist her, but I'm more on the side, just helping her as I can during the weekends and evenings and stuff. My job was working with creative entertainment companies, building attractions, theme parks, hotels, restaurants, retail. And I'm still doing that more on a consultant basis as a semi-retired person. I think what I bring with that type of background is a lot of understanding of a creative product and what entices people to participate and make Glendora a destination to come here and experience, offerings that you may not be able to get in other small towns or towns of this nature. Yeah, and the reason why I want to, be part of this is I'm getting to the point where I'm retiring. I'm going to have time on my hand, and to me, this is a good way of giving back to the community and being part of the community, and helping out and seeing what I can do. Do I understand, all the ins and outs of, the city council and what the bid does and what type of budgets they have and so on? No, but I believe I'll have the ability to understand that and learn that and be able to bring my experience to the constraints and requirements of what that position would entail. I think some of this comes from, I grew up back east in Pennsylvania. My father was a president of a youth center for the city of Allentown for, 40, 50 years. And, I always saw what he did and how he contributed to, the city there. And I just want to, sort of follow in his footsteps and help out here. And again, I just want to thank you for the opportunity, and, hopefully I can help out here and participate and be part of it.
Great. Well, thank you, John, for stepping up and applying. So with that, Gary, let's start out with you this time.
Howdy, John.
All right.
We, I'm not sure if, you guys bought the so-and-so about 14 years ago, which is about when the Business Improvement District was created. And, the process of creating the Business Improvement District, there were some goals and things in mind when it was initially created. And we've reached some of those goals for, to a certain point. But for the most part, in the village, and I'm retired as well, but I owned a business in the village, as you may or may not know. But we're still doing the same things that we did 14 years ago when the Business Improvement District was created. We're doing them differently, bigger and better. But do you have any new ideas or a different vision of what the Business Improvement District could be doing to enhance what's going on down in the village?
I thought of that over the time period leading up to this. And I always came back to, I don't really understand the budgets. I don't understand the constraints and the requirements. But what I do understand with the events that do take place, they seem like they're short-lived. It's an evening, or it's a single event where it doesn't bring or entice people to come here because it's something new and unique and so on. So I wish I had something that I could really put forth exciting, but not understanding your constraints and your budgets and things of that nature. I could come up with some grand ideas, but that's doesn't seem.
There's also been conversation about the Business Improvement District becoming larger than what it currently is. Let's face it, our village area is very small compared to some of our surrounding cities. We do a great
right.
job with what we have, but do you have any vision or possibly any ideas when it comes to the thought of expanding it?
Well, I think the biggest constraint we have is parking. And, if a bond or some means of raising funding to be able to build a parking structure, I think that could go a long way. And making it easier to come to downtown. It seems like a lot of the events, people are parking 2, 3, 4 blocks away. And, it's achieves, but I think, you make it where it's convenient. And I think that would go a long way. I also, and maybe I'm a little biased, but think that if we can entice a Tesla supercharging, facility here, that would bring lots of people. I know, I go to different downtowns because they have a charging station, and while I'm charging and I'm there shopping or eating or doing something, and that would entice people. And then it's having different events that are, something that could be marketed and bring people to actually see that are unique and cutting edge type of, things to do.
Appreciate it. Just an FYI, we were in conversations with Tesla to bring some charging stations to the village. Unfortunately, Edison does not have the ability to get us the power that's needed to support those. So it is something that is still being worked on. So it's a great idea, but right now it's not possible.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Gary. Michael?
Sure. Hi, John. How much time do you currently spend downtown now? Because you're semi-retired and that. So how much time do you actually spend?
Well, it seems like pretty much every evening I come after I'm at home doing a few chores or even some consultant work. I come and see my wife and help her close up and, you know, do different type of activities with her, you know, for her job, you know. So,
About
but-
that time, it's pretty much dead in the downtown.
yes,
Couple
yeah.
restaurants.
And during the weekends, I usually come and open up the shop with her. And I usually come and have lunch with her during the weekends. So I come down there quite often. I get a good feel for, you know, the participants and so on.
Any suggestions on how you can keep the stores open longer in the evening? Have more traffic, more liveliness in the downtown?
Yeah, I'm sort of surprised that you would suggest that because Glendora to me doesn't seem like it wants to become a nightlife type of.
Well, nightlife for us would be 8 o'clock.
For me, it's 7, but yeah. I mean, you could, but then, you know, that brings other type of, I think, things you need to take into consideration when you want to keep it open until 8, 9 o'clock. You know, you have your restaurants and, you know, that's what brings people here during the evening and ice cream parlors and things in that nature.
Are you aware that at a 7 o'clock meeting, we're gonna have a public hearing on the bid and the assessment?
Pardon me, I didn't get the
So
question.
it's at our 7 o'clock council meeting, open session, we're gonna have a meeting, a public hearing on the assessment for the bid, for the budget and things of that
Right,
nature.
right.
Are you aware of
No, I
that?
wasn't aware, but I'm more than willing to participate or be here to hear and understand it and get more familiar with it. I think that's that's something that's quite important for me to be productive, to be a member of the bid.
Shows the budget for the upcoming year.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Michael, thank you. Karen, any questions?
Thank you. What is something that the bid currently does that you would celebrate? Anything that currently is going on that you think is something worth keeping and continuing?
I think the holiday season is done very well here with the parades and the Santa Claus and things of that nature. I think celebrating, you know, holidays and events is a good thing. I'm a little, and maybe it might be stepping out, but I don't see when you have open drinking and things of that nature, I don't think that brings a good atmosphere to what I think Glendora wants to present. So I would, you know, I understand it's something that people do, but I would try to de-emphasize that and do more holiday events and celebration type of events.
Okay, thank you.
David?
Hi, John. Being a partner in a business for a good length of time here, the city and the bid have worked together to try to enhance opportunities. So as a partner, you see some of those good opportunities, but you see some of the mandates or the restrictions or the containments of how to do those businesses in our limited space. What kind of things are you hearing or are you aware of that causes some of those challenges to your business and some of the others?
Well, I think, you know, like I was just mentioning, you know, when you have the closed confinement with open containers and stuff like that, you know, we usually close because we don't feel, having people walking through the shop and having a glass of wine or spilling it and just, you know, picking and choosing and not necessarily there shopping, but spending time with the social event that's taking place. I mean, I think, you know, having events where it's more family oriented, children oriented, holiday oriented is a good, it would be good, I think emphasizing there. And then even, maybe like technology with, all the advancement of technology, if you can sort of sprinkle that through the downtown with displays and interactives and things to entice teenagers, young people to explore. I think that could be, quite exciting for people to make this a place to come and experience.
Well, the three plaza areas might be just the
Yeah.
place to do some of those things. That's great. Okay, thank you.
You expressed what you did in a humble way, but I'm not going to be as humble as you were, because you worked for 27 years for the most famous mouse that the world knows. And the magic that Disney brings to people's lives is incredible. And I'm in awe of anybody that's in that space. So looking back on your 27 years, the projects that you worked on, is there any part of the magic that you were a part of that you might say, the lighting, the sound, the technology might kind of tweak our downtown to bring us a little bit of the magic that you were a part of? So
Yeah.
is there anything that you could kind of focus on there?
Oh, I think definitely, all those disciplines that you just mentioned have an impact on, an event or an attraction. And, you go to painting's so important. Lighting, how you light it, it's so important. Your graphics and being consistent throughout the downtown area, all that people would come and notice that, not
Yeah.
directly, but they would feel comfortable in that environment and way Disney allows not just, major attractions that are thrilling and exciting, but just the character aspect that you can, like you do with Santa Claus during the holiday season.
Yeah.
You do it with the other holidays too, with the characters that are known for that. The one thing that I really enjoyed about Disney was opening day and seeing the guests go through and experience the product that you worked years on
Yeah.
to bring to the public. And, and I think, bringing that spirit to an event here where we all come together and work to, have it where when people come, they're quite excited and
Yeah.
you can see it in their faces and stuff.
Yeah. Well, you and your team and whoever you worked with have brought a lot of smiles to a lot of folks.
Yeah.
So congratulations for a job well done,
Well, thank you.
and for
Thank you.
making that mouse a spectacular mouse.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, yeah.
that's pretty cool. All right. Anything else for John? Okay. Well, you've heard what we're going to do. So
Yes,
thank
thank
you,
you.
John, for
I
stepping
appreciate
up
the
and
opportunity.
applying. Thank you. All right. Veronica, or better known as Ronnie, from what I've been told by my wife, is here. You own the Mercantile Collective and the Bespoke Hat Bar.
Yes,
And I imagine that your hat is
It
featured
is.
in that store.
I had
so-
to wear items from our store.
Okay.
Sorry. We are open for business Tuesday through Sunday,
Yeah.
so please come see us.
Okay. Well, you know the drill. So tell us a little bit about why you applied and what kind of the vision is.
Yes,
you have.
so good evening, everyone. My name is Veronica Salazar. I'm known as Ronnie here in the village. I've been here since 2022. Previous to Glendora Village, I had 5.5 years as a brick and mortar in the Claremont Village, where I served as treasurer for 2 years for the Claremont Village Marketing Group, which is a nonprofit group which serves the community with wine walk, beer walk, activations, different events. It was a great experience, and we worked hand in hand with the city as well as the Chamber of Commerce. I, previous to that, was in leadership and served as management for several distribution companies, retail companies, the list goes on. And I'm a mother of 2. And I opened up my store because I saw inspiration and I saw motivation. And everyone I spoke to before signing my lease said, "Why do you want to go to Glendora? It's so dead. Like, nothing's going on there. There's no foot traffic. What are you doing?" And I had closed my store in Claremont because we were going to move to Texas. And that didn't happen. And I saw it as an opportunity. And I stand here very proud as a Glendora-based small business. I stand here very matured in the sense that I know what it takes to run a small business. I know the competition. I know the ups and downs. I went through COVID. I had to navigate, pivot. I know what it feels like to build community in a time when it's shut down. And coming to the Glendora Village was inspiring. And it's inspiring to me to stand here in front of all of y'all because we have had so many businesses open on the block since I got here. Revved Coffee, Fresh Kitchen, Ramon's Tacos y Tapas. We have Reformation Glendora, myself included. Fiorina just moved into a beautiful space on the avenue. We have Liso Studios coming in that's going to take her place, which is a multi-studio space for hairstylists and manicurists and women who are inspired or men who are inspired by beauty and enhancing. And I think it's very inspirational because we're at a pivotal point as Glendora Village in its sense, because we can go one or both ways, right? And when we look at where we're at now, it's inspiring to be here because I'm a part of that. And I'm a part of the small businesses it's moving in and seeing the inspiration and seeing that there's so much more potential here now because businesses are thriving. And that should say something about your city because businesses are coming. Oh, My Soul came from Claremont Village. So I'm very familiar with them from Claremont because we worked hand in hand. And one of the things I take pride in is community. And what you may or may not know about our space, the Mercantile Collective, is it's actually a collective of women-based businesses. And I represent a pop-up market called the Female Maker Market that expands from Texas, Nevada, Orange County, San Diego, and Ventura County. And so our community expands beyond the store. So when we have an event or a special something that goes on, we like to do it big, and we do it big because we have the community to back it up. And I think it's important when we're at a time right now with economic hardship and people's money and spending going different ways, we have to cultivate community here. It's important. It's important. Yes, events are great, but the one thing that defines us as a community is everyone knows each other's name. It's kind of like Cheers, right? Like you walk into the bar and everyone's like, "Hey, you're at the Continental." And they're like, "Hey, Mayor Thompson." I don't know that you go to the Continental, but it's like everyone knows your name, right?
Gary takes my seat there.
Okay, there you go. And it's that essence that is just so refreshing. And I don't stand here as Ronnie. I don't stand here as a business owner. I stand here for the community that I've met, the community I've collaborated with, from giveaways to Instagram posts to tagging to working with Louise and Alicia and also Matt and everyone, Valerie. I mean, I've worked with them. And I think that it's important now as a small business owner to really hone in on what's important. And yes, events are fun. And yes, family, the beautiful quads that we've built on the street are great, but it's working together, supporting one another. And for me, when we had the huge shutdown, the one thing that came to mind was we're all in this together, right? Remember, we heard it all over the media. It was something we were really, really honing in on. But now it's even more important because small businesses are closing their doors. But the one thing they're not doing is closing them here. They're opening them here. And that should be a big detection of where the city could go and where downtown could really thrive. So that's my spiel.
All right. Well, thank you, Ronnie.
Yeah.
Let's start down to my right. Karen?
Thank you. And you've answered some of my question, but I'll let you elaborate a little bit. What do you think the bid has done right? And what do you think maybe could be done in addition to what's already happening?
When I think of BID, Business Improvement District, right? The one thing that I think we need to continue doing is keeping downtown clean, keeping downtown fresh, keeping the riffraff out. It's very important, especially now with the homelessness population, as unfortunate as it is, and with the new train going in and all of the things we're bringing into the city. It's very hard as a small business owner to open up your doors knowing that poverty is right outside your doors. It's a hard feeling. It's a hard pill to swallow. So I think when we think of the business improvement district, keeping it clean, keeping it fresh, you're really good about it. I mean, the city is amazing with that, keeping all of the gumdrop trees nice and trimmed. And it's a beautiful city to walk into, and it's elegant. And that's the one thing I can say we do well is maintaining that beauty. The events obviously are great, but I come from a city where my business, we had so many more events. We had a farmer's market that was activated on Harvard Avenue. We had beer walk and a wine walk. We had different things like Village Venture, which populates over 250 acres in the streets. Granted, our downtown is really just one street, but I think that there's so much more we could elaborate on. And serving as a board member for CVMG, it really opened my eyes to camaraderie, community, and really making sure that we're helping the small businesses thrive together. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Karen. David?
Thank you, Ronnie. I'm in favor of the quality, clean, fresh look, and but comes with that some restrictions and mandates that have to come just based on our space. Are you comfortable with some of those restrictions and challenges to do your opportunity to expand outdoors and bring yourselves outside and say, hey, we are here, but that has challenges. Some locations that's easier than others.
I don't think it's a challenge. I think that's a part of being a small business owner. You have to kind of abide by what the city has as guidelines. I think if you are able to navigate through whatever it is that might be a hurdle, that makes you a stronger business owner. So I think that being able to navigate through might be a closed door for you or a hurdle, I think is only going to make you stronger. So if it has to do with the guidelines and restrictions that the city may have, there's always ways that we can work together to better whatever we have that is a obstacle in the way, so to speak. So.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, David. Michael?
Ronnie, you have a lot of spunk and a lot of energy.
Oh,
How
boy.
will you translate that into the board and work cohesively with the board? And the second part to my question, we're also, as I mentioned before, at our 7 o'clock meeting, we're going to be discussing the assessments and things of that nature and taking testimony. And as it is right now, the bid is has a deficit moving forward. How would you translate your energy and spunk to translate into the, increasing whatever we want to increase, and also address the deficit?
In my opinion, I feel like a lot of the deficit, or however you want to call it, it is unfortunate, but we have to relate back to an events. I hate to be the cheerleader, right? Because I know that each business owner has a set assessment that they pay per open door to be on Glendora Avenue, and I get that. Increasing those fees would only deter people from staying open. As it is, as a small business owner, we're faced with high minimum wage increases, competitive pricing for products, services, food, and that would be my last resort in terms of increasing and getting out of a deficit. Comparative speaking to a very profitable downtown in Claremont Village, we hosted more than one money-making event for the year. Right now, we only have one money-making event for the year, which is Wine Walk. That is not enough to populate attention to the downtown, which is thriving, by the way, as well as increasing monies towards those types of funding to get the deficit upside down and to be in the green. So in my opinion, I think I could bring that spunk and energy to innovation and increasing different types of ways we can increase the budget in terms of money generation and getting additional events or sponsorships under our belt as a bid board. That's what I would suggest.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, Michael, Gary.
Ronnie, have you ever been part of a business improvement district before?
So I have not. This is a very unique position. Serving as Claremont Village Marketing Group Treasurer, I was just on the board in terms of that position, but understanding budgets and cutting and increasing, I'm not familiar with, other than money spent and controlling the money from the events and paying out whatever was due from the Claremont Village Marketing Group. But in terms of the bid board, I have worked with Westwood Village, which is a bid, and hosted a private event there with them in their downtown Broxton area. And I'm familiar with the budget in terms of what you have to work with, the permitting, all of those things. So I have worked with as a partner, but never served.
The reason for the question, when you mentioned the assessments, our assessments are dramatically lower than any other business improvement district in the area. Venture to say could be as much as 90% lower than other areas. And the purpose of the business improvement district is to create a fund to work together to bring business into the area. So it's a marketing tool that really isn't being used that way. So I think it's important to understand the purpose of it when it was first created. You do have a lot of energy, you got a lot of great ideas. I love seeing all of the activity in your business when you have things going on down there. But not living here in town, there's an understanding of the community of Glendora, because right now my business was in the village since 1987. And the village was a very different place at that time. So we're going through a transition right now that we still have a lot of new, energetic type of businesses coming in. And we still have a lot of older businesses that like a slower lifestyle. How can you see being able to meld those two personalities together?
Well, I sure would like to hear from those businesses. You know, I think it's important that when we have our bid meetings, we have more involvement. When we had our last meeting as a community, I sat in on that meeting. It was last year, and it was basically a yelling match. I mean, there was really no true essence of what the message was supposed to be. We had a list, we had a parking lot. Valerie and Alicia did an amazing job with navigating through that meeting. But having those businesses who may not see eye to eye with those young, vivacious, or however energetic people you want to call business owners here, getting them on board, you know, having them come to the meetings, having it be more of an engagement session versus a yelling match or not seeing eye to eye, and really understanding them, but also challenging what is normal, challenging what we can do better. When we bring in new businesses, that's a whole new level of business. And right now we have a new level of business hitting the platform. And we're continuing to see that with new businesses. And I think that evolution is beautiful. And I think that being able to evolve together is just going to make us stronger. And getting everyone more involved with these types of meetings to be able to attend and voice and say, that's lacking. So I think getting those ones that might be a little more conservative versus the ones that are like, you know, let's have more events. Let's have another event down here, whatever you want to say, farmers market, because I know there's been a lot of hats and stuff, you know, eyes rolling with that idea. But I think that if we all get together and we all see eye to eye, there's always a will and a way. And my clients are anywhere from 30 to 70, and they love the experience when they come in our store. And they have different opinions of what I have for clothes and fashion, but we always see eye to eye. So.
And the other questions I asked, John, the original intent of the Business Improvement District was to expand to a much larger area. The vision was that it would go all the way over to Grand Avenue and down to Route 66. What do you think of that idea? And do you think that it's something that's never really caught on? Do you see that being a possibility in the future? Do you think it might be best to try to keep it more contained?
Personally speaking, it's a very different aesthetic once you hit Foothill, right? So from Foothill up, it's very different than Foothill down. And unifying that would be a beautiful thing. But when you think of everything south of Grand Avenue, Glendora Avenue. There's a lot of businesses, offices. I don't see a lot of retail. I don't see a lot of restaurants. There's a shopping center, but I don't know if that would be included or if it's just on Glendora Avenue you're thinking. Apartments, a post office, but I don't see how that could be beneficial other than for a deficit, right? Getting them to be a part of that and having them be a part of the bid board is more of a financial gain versus a business gain, right? Because nothing's really open when you cross over Foothill. It's kind of like there's really not much. So if we were to increase or, have more of the distance go south versus north, it's a great idea for the bid, but is it going to be beneficial for tourism or shopping, or is it going to give the same essence? Probably not. So,
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah.
Everything that I would ask has been asked.
Okay.
So Ronnie, thank you for applying.
Of course.
Thank you for being a part of our, town. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before I give it back to the city clerk, let me say what every person who has sat in this chair says and really means. A, thank you for everybody that has applied. B, we really wish we could have each of you. Because each of you bring very good skill sets. Unfortunately, we're bound by the rules that we have, the limits that we have. And so if you're not picked this time, we certainly hope that you will be open to considering another run. And I believe that we keep these applications on file.
Correct.
And we will be calling you because life will happen and changes will obviously come. So I think everybody who has sat in this chair in my 9 years has made that a speech, and we mean it. So thank you to each of you for applying. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Madam Clerk, to conduct the vote.
Thank you. So at this time, there are ballots at your desk. If you guys can please grab and pick one for library and one for bid, and then I'll grab them. This time I'm going to stop sharing so that way we can bring this up. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll start with Alois. Now Boyer.
You don't have to do Erica, you just do one.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Mhm.
So the winner for the Board of Library Trustees is Mary Ann.
Next tab.
Hold on. Okay, and for the Business Improvement District. Okay, and congratulations, Veronica Salzar. And so at this moment, I will be requesting to approve affirming the results of the ballot process to fill the vacancies on the Board of Library Trustees in the Business Improvement District.
I'll move.
So
I'll
I will
second.
open up for voting.
All right, do you want to?
Yes,
Do
I
a
will
roll
now
call?
conduct or roll call. Councilmember Alowitz,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedendahl,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we have the election as stated by our clerk. And again, we thank each and every one that applied and wish the new folks the best of luck in their service. And with that, I will adjourn this special meeting at 6:01 and take about a 30-second break before we go into closed session. And our city attorney is here. So thank you again for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ready? Thank you for again being here. We just concluded another meeting at 5:00. This meeting is to initiate a closed session of our council. And as I stated earlier, the city offers in-person as well as Zoom. So welcome each and every one that is either here or on Zoom. If you have phones, please turn them off. We would appreciate that. Everybody is here and so and accounted for. With that, I will ask our city attorney to read us into closed session, please. Kenny?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Council, Council will be convening into closed session with respect to two items tonight. The first involves real property negotiations, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. And that is with respect to those certain real properties known as APNs 8655-007-900, APN 8655-007-901, and 902, and APN 8655-021-900. The second matter is with respect to existing litigation, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, and the title of the litigation is Jimmy Valencia versus City of Glendora, LASC case number 22 PSCV 03026.
Danny, thank you. I will now open our public comment period. Madam Clerk, is there anybody here who has filled out a public comment card to speak?
No, Mayor.
Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to speak to the
No.
items that have been listed?
No,
With
Mayor.
that, I will close our public comment period and adjourn us into closed session at 6:06 PM. Thank you. Welcome. It's great to have each and every one of you here. May the 14th at our council meeting. I would like to have our city attorney read us out of closed session, please. Danny?
Yes, Mayor. Council met in closed session on two items tonight. The first involved the real property negotiations, which was authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, and the property involved APNs 8655007900, 901, and 902, and APN 8655021900. The council discuss the items in closed session with staff, and the proposed purchase and sale agreement is scheduled for the open session item tonight for potential approval. The second item involved existing litigation, which is authorized pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1. The title of the litigation is Jimmy Valencia versus City of Glendora, LASC, case number 22PSCV03026. And staff gave a report to the council, and the council gave direction, but no reportable action was taken.
Danny, thank you. I appreciate that. As we always do, we start off with prayer, and tonight we will have the Reverend Karen Davis lead us in prayer, followed by a good friend of mine. I like to call him Coach Rick. We coached Little League Baseball when we were both young, and now we're both old and gray hair. Rick is the chairman of our water board, and he's going to lead us in our pledge. And if you could stand, please. Karen?
Let us join together in prayer. God of service and sacrifice, we are grateful for the many people that serve this community each and every day. This week, we are especially mindful of those who serve us in public works, from our water to our streets and everything in between. We are thankful for how they care for our infrastructure. We are also grateful for the men and women of the Glendora Police Department, for their willingness to serve 24/7, 365 days, that they provide protection and service, often putting themselves in harm's way. This week, we will also pause to remember those who've made the ultimate sacrifice, even one of our own, Louis Pompey. We pray that you continue to guide each of us and how we might best put service above self. Guide us with your wisdom, surround us with your grace, and we ask your blessing on the men and women of the police department to bring them home safely at the end of each watch. Amen.
And
Place your hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
thank you, Karen. Thank you, Rick. You both have served our city well and continue to do that. So we appreciate both of you. With that, I will ask the council if anybody wants to agendize the agenda or add anything to it.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to see if we can maybe move up the water poster content, since it looks like we have an audience full. And so they don't have to sit through the rest of everything about
Yeah.
business.
I was hoping that somebody would say that, because I was thinking the same way, and the kids are going, yeah, Mom. Of course, now that we're doing that, kids, you got to be really good about going home and getting your homework done. And maybe your parents,
didn't he?
maybe your parents will buy you a cookie or an ice cream, like, for doing that. Everybody okay with that? All right. So with that, we will go directly to item 4, where we will celebrate the awareness of Water Month, and inviting Mondo to come up, as you already are here, and tell us a little about all of the kids that are here and the wonderful things that they've done. Thank you, sir.
Of course. So thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for rearranging the presentation a little earlier. That way we could get the kids back home. I know it's a school night, so we want them to get a good night's sleep. So again, tonight, my name is Armando de Jesus. I'm the management aide for the City of Glendora Water Division. So I do manage a lot of our conservation programs, especially our water awareness poster program, which is my personal favorite. I love doing this every single year. And this is actually our 11th year that we've been doing this. And we even did it during COVID, so we count that year as well. So the objective of the program is pretty simple. Basically, our teachers have their students create water conservation posters to help promote the importance of conserving water. And basically conserving water through the eyes of the kids to the next generation. So for many years, this contest has been exclusively for 4th through 6th graders. We decided it was time to make a few changes to the program. So we opened up the contest to every student from kindergarten to 12th grade this year. Unfortunately, we did not get any participation from the senior class, but hopefully next year we'll get them in there. On top of the changes that we made, we also made the poster contest more fair. So we decided to create multiple age-appropriate categories to give every student an opportunity to compete with their own classes. That way, kindergartens are not competing with the seniors because not really fair. So helping you guys out. Okay, so every City of Glendora employee was invited to place their votes online. We had a total of 10 classes participate with from kindergarten through 8th grade. As mentioned, unfortunately, we did not get any senior class participation this year, or any high schoolers, I should say. So out of 254 posters, the following are the top 12 winners. So before we begin, as I call out everyone's names, please come up to receive your award and remain standing in line so we could take a picture at the end. So we could have you actually start getting in line here, and then we'll go there, right? And then, do you have the clicker? Okay, so starting with our kindergarten through 2nd grade, our first place winner is Aliana Alhilo from La Fecha First Road. And your award's in the back, okay? Nothing picture of mom? All right, Becca, have you stand right here? Stand over here. Right there. Thank you. Okay. Second place winner, Adam Alhilo from La Fecha. I'm going to assume that they're siblings? Twins, perfect. Okay, right here, bud. Get your right there. Thank you. Okay. Third place winner, Jacob Burrow from Cullen. Kindergarten. Oh, you can stand right here, bud. Okay, so next category, 3rd through 4th grade. First place winner, Benjamin Orban. Second place winner, Bella Ochoa. And the line right there. Third place winner, Parker Raymond. Okay, the next category is the 5th grade class. So we decided to give this class their own category only because we received tons and tons of posters from them. So they're a little special group for us this year. So first place winner, Aiden Alvarado. Second place winner, Oliver Surhan. And then third place, Jesslyn Tunga. What is that? Sorry about that. I was so hard to. Okay, so our last category, 6th to 8th grade. First place, Luis Cortez. Looks like he is not here, but we'll go ahead and actually take the his award to school tomorrow. Second place winner, Cheryl Wang. And I believe this is Cheryl's second time participating. Last year she won their first prize winner. So thank you for participating again. Third place, Jeffrey Parias. Right there. All right, so we will be submitting the posters to the Metropolitan Water District poster contest as well. So students do have a second opportunity to compete with a regional poster contest with kids all over Southern California. So those students that have not or are willing to participate, have not submitted your posters, please come and see me after, and then we could talk about that, okay? So finally, I would like to say thank you to all the teachers for helping and promoting our program, because without them, this program would truly not exist. And then congratulations to all the winners tonight. We'll be displaying the winning posters at the Summer Discovery Zone event at the Glendora Public Library from June 3rd through July 27th. So feel free to stop by anytime. It'll be at the library, and all those posters will be displayed. All right. And I would like to say thank you to everyone for coming, supporting your students, and supporting our program. All right, thank you very much, everyone.
Mondo, we will make room to have all the kids come up here.
I'm really hoping that there's room.
And Mr. Hanson, can you come up and join them, because you are the water guy in town, and so we want you to be a part of that.
All right. You can go all the way around, Paul. We're gonna take a picture right behind you.
Yeah, we'll get out of them.
Yeah.
Congratulations, great.
Come on, Mondo. Don't be silly.
Guys, I need you to see just a little bit more all the way over.
Touch shoulders.
Just like the paparazzi, look over here. Then go ahead and listen to your left. And everybody look at Helene now. All right, I think you're free. Congratulations.
I know, me too.
This is great. So when I signed it, I saw your name.
Yeah.
I know, you did. That's great.
All right. See you guys later.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Bye, Rick. Later.
Yeah.
All right, from here on out, it's easy stuff. That was great, wasn't it? The talent that these kids have and the engagement that they have regarding what is so important to give us life, water. And wow, I'm 70 years old and I could never begin to draw as good as they did. So thank you for, doing that. Let's just continue to move on in a spirit that we're going to celebrate things. I've asked Karen to
Mayor, excuse me, public comment? Can we
oh,
go back to
public
public
comment.
comment?
Yeah. Okay, let's go back and do that. That is true. Public comment period. All of you, most of you know what the rules are. We welcome that, and we would encourage you to speak on areas that hopefully are tied into what our city's doing and the agenda's doing tonight. As the screen says, though, you will be given a specified period of time to speak, direct anything that you have to say to me, the mayor. And also, as all of you know, we allow folks to access on Zoom. And so once we get done with the people here that want to speak, we will call on you, and please use the icon with the raised hand. If you want to speak, please fill out a card such as this, and we will be more than happy to allow you to speak. All right, first up, Mike Barron. Hi, Mike. Welcome. Good to have you here.
So I'd like to speak on the Dale Road, about the Dale Road project.
Okay.
And, as the crisis of homelessness has grown, there's two basic schools of thought. And one is that homelessness is basically a affordable housing problem. And the state of California has been following that housing first model for quite a number of years. And so we have a great test case of, hey, how's that working? And the problem with that is that having spent over $10 billion on homelessness programs between 2018 and 2021, adding 48,000 affordable housing units and 17,000 new shelter beds, we still had as a state an increase in homelessness of 22,000. So that's kind of look at that from a, are we going to really make a dent in what our homelessness problem is? And California has the most homeless of all states at 171,000. 7 of the 11 cities that have the most number of homeless people are in the state of California. So that makes me think that this housing first model is not as good as what has been purported. So if it's not working, is there anything that is working? Well, there's a school of thought that says homelessness is overwhelmingly caused by substance abuse, mental illness, typically resulting from untreated personal trauma. And it's the misdiagnosis of these problems that have led states such as California to pour billions of dollars into trying to fix this homelessness problem. So we can't spend enough money to give every homeless person subsidized housing. So the other approach is, especially with people in Glendora saying, I don't like seeing these people pushing carts in downtown Glendora. I care about them and they need to be helped, but there's a safety issue that gets raised. So that's why I now believe that the transitional housing model is really better for the city of Glendora, in that we can help them recover, help them get services and treatment, and have them move on and become members of society. as opposed to just getting X number of people that are going to live in this subsidized housing for a long time. We can't build enough. So how would you like to spend the millions of dollars we're planning to spend? And we have more homeless people at the end of that. So what we need to do is bring them into the transitional facility, help them get connected to services and help them return to society. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, just want to let you know, a couple articles that I quoted a lot from, I've given here, and you all will be given copies of
Great.
those articles.
Good, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. All right, Steve Grandop. I'm sorry if I misspoke your name, but welcome, Steve. We're glad to have you here.
I have to read this because you have to forgive me. When I do public speaking, I don't do it in 3 minutes.
That's okay.
So I'm sorry I have to look at this.
Okay.
Okay, if not, I just talk. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Thomas and all present. I am Steve Granados, a homeowner of this community. I would like to address the statement you said in the city that it's a safe city. Last year in 2023, I had an open heart surgery where they had to cut my sternum open, spread me open like a chicken, then cut my heart to change the aortic valve. After they put the valve in, they found out that the valve was too big. So they had to put a patch on me. Then they had to tie me up with titanium and put my chest together. That is very painful. What the surgeon told me real critical is that I have to walk. If I don't walk, I'm going to get blood clots. And if I get blood clots, it's going to take me out. And I don't want to be taken out. So I've been walking several times during once a day. But now my new travels that I go is east on Foothill from Elwood all the way to Lone Hill. I'm on the south side. During that time, there are posted no parking, bike lanes. What I encounter while I'm walking are bicycles, scooters, and skateboards. And some of them are electric. And some of them come behind me. And for those who come behind me, it's harder for me to avoid since I just had surgery. Now, I had an incident one time where I had to call the police. And the dispatcher says that they are legally there. They can use that. And I say no. The California DMV code says those are not supposed to be on the sidewalk. So those that I mentioned are illegal. During my walk, I see the police department with the blind eye dealing with that issue. It is a safety issue. I cannot enforce it. I'm not the law. As a senior citizen, what I request is to include ADA compliance while walking on the sidewalk and not be required or forced to appease those illegally present. There is also missing sidewalk on 1200 East Foothill, south side, which I gave you a picture. Students also use that. What I call there is a fake sidewalk with a slope. On that, we're forced to get into the bike lane. Cars are going 45 miles an hour, which can hit it. That is hazardous. You guys need to put a sidewalk. That's a path of trial for the students, not just me, not just the elderly, not just those in shopping carts or people with strollers. I feel this is your responsibility to have it safe. And if you don't do that, you're very liable for that. Safety is first. I thank you for your time, and I'll come back to see how you're going to mitigate it and what are your strategies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve.
You're welcome.
And best of luck on your health. You're looking good, man.
Thank you. It's
All right.
I wouldn't wish that on my enemy. It's very painful.
Yeah.
Not the heart surgery, it's the chest.
Yeah.
It's the chest. And if somebody hits me with the bike, they're gonna mess up my chest.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they can fix me.
Yeah.
But I have the right to walk on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Without having to appease these people because it's illegal. And it's just not me, it's also the children.
Right.
And they don't know better.
Yeah.
And they can get hit. We got to keep it safe. Thank you very
Thank you,
much for your
Steve.
time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deanne from Athens, are you here? There you are. Hi, how you doing? Great to have you here.
Hello, everyone.
Good.
It's great to be back. My name is Danae Amaya, and I am a Government Affairs Director for Athens Services. Oh my goodness, Athens Services. And I'm your representative for the City of Glendora. It's a pleasure to be here tonight and share information in regards to our household hazardous waste programming. So as you know, on April 27th, we partnered with the city to host an HHW drop-off event, and it was very well attended and reached a record number of participants. Last year, we serviced close to 200 residents, and this year we reached more than 500 attendees, so nearly doubling. Due to the great interest in this event, we will be hosting another HHW event in the fall. We are currently working with the City of Glendora staff as they identify a location and date for this upcoming event. We are in search of a larger venue to accommodate our residents who are interested in joining. In the meantime, we have created a flyer with household hazardous waste drop-off locations in the greater San Gabriel Valley. This also includes upcoming HHW drop-off events and permanent drop-off locations for customers to use. This resource will be distributed via social media ads, emailed directly to Glendora residents, provided in their billing information, and given at today's council meeting, printed as a flyer, which I'll give later on. And we're confident that these options will serve as a helpful tool for our residents. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me directly at dmaya@athensservices.com, and I'd be happy to accommodate. And thank you for your time, and I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We thank you for everything that Athens does to
I
keep
appreciate
our city clean and help us to achieve all of those goals. Thank you. All right, those are all of the cards that I have. Madam Clerk, is there anybody on Zoom that wishes to speak?
No, Mayor, there isn't.
Okay, yes, sir. Pardon?
I have some I want to reply. It's pretty mild.
Okay, if you want to come up and speak, sure. Just state your name, and then when you're done, if you could just fill out a card, then that would be great, and just keep to the 3-minute time.
Absolutely.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
it's a
sir.
mild one. Anyways, my name is Mario Rodriguez. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the council board to hear this open forum and some of these issues. Again, this is a mild one. Been a long time resident of Glendora, born, bred and raised on Leodora Avenue, you know, the whole 9 yards, 1971, 52 years old. Both my kids have been born at Foothill Pres as I have too. Okay. We've been living on the 1000 block of East Alton for the last 25 years. My wife and I raised the kids there and everything else and stuff. And recently, just cut into it as quick as we can, there's a home catty corner to us that has been bought recently by people from out of the country, whatever, and it was built into a duplex, and they have an ADU on the side of it. Okay. So needless to say, it's an Airbnb. I have an Airbnb account. There's just been a constant influx of just cars and people there up at all hours of the day and night. Again, smoking marijuana, drinking in the street, all that kind of stuff, parking on the street. Let's see. There's been loud arguing at night as well too. GPD has been out there a couple of times. Let's see, spoke to numerous neighbors as well. So just kind of cutting down to it. It's been kind of a pain in the butt. And again, I don't know if there's a real benefit to the city of Glendora to have this in these Airbnbs out there. And for the record, did a lot of research, and there's a lot of other cities, Claremont, Laverne, La Canada, Flint Ridge, Huntington Beach, Manhattan, that are completely just banning this kind of thing. Completely. I don't know if it's a big benefit to the city of Glendora, but my question for the council is there anything to kind of curb this or make it illegal for this type of activity? Or is there any pending petitions? I apologize, I'm kind of new to this kind of stuff. It's basically a pain, and the neighbors are really upset. And I'm kind of here on behalf of the neighbors and everything else. And that's one of the things too. And I got some other notes in here too, is that Glendora, love Glendora, been living here my whole life. It's quiet, quaint, a beautiful community, and that's what we like. So is there any pending petitions, or what's the best avenue to kind of handle this, or we just kind of got to deal with it? Because again, there's a lot of other cities. I mean, this isn't, you know, this isn't El Monte. This isn't Azusa. You know, this is Glendora. This is a nice
beautiful city. So that's kind of my questions for the committee. And just kind of looking for some advice. And again, like somebody was saying earlier, the light rail coming in and all that other stuff, there's gonna be a larger influx of people coming in and out of the town and everything else. So that's kind of my question.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
So how this works is, we'll see who's on Zoom. I'll close this part and, ask you to take your seat, and then our city manager is gonna respond to what you just asked.
Okay.
So he will give us guidance there.
Okay, gotcha. So just
Great.
grab a seat in the back?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you could just, it's on the other side. Yeah, right there. So, I'm assuming that nobody on Zoom has, raised their hand.
No, Mayor.
Okay. With that, I will close our public comment period, bring it back to council. And Adam, could you, provide a bit of guidance on, what
Sure.
this?
So Airbnb, as the speaker may or may not know, the city council held pretty robust discussions during the height of COVID on a quote unquote party house that was on Sierra Madre that kind of drew attention. And so the city does permit Airbnb rentals. On the website, there's a process through HCL that does the permitting. I'm unaware of the specific concern, generally speaking, if an issue is significant or if there's enough community complaints. Police department will work with the various permitting entities to address that. Airbnb on other issues we've had is actually incredibly responsive and addresses things for us pretty quickly. So without knowing some of the details on this specific, it's really kind of hard to opine on any specific case, but happy to, I know PD's here and we'll reach out and get a name and number and we'll go through that process and better understand the situation. So.
Okay.
It's important to point out, sort of to delineate, when comparing us to other agencies in the goal line, I think there's a lot of good things that are coming, our way. And I think it's really important also to know, and on your agenda later this evening is an ADU law that talks about development in single family homes. So, I know change is difficult in a lot of aspects, and this council's tried to wisely walk those ropes of what state of California has asked us to do, in addition to the various transit, enhancements that are being made. So again, always happy to provide any context information, city long-term plan. I think it's really helped with context on what's going on. We can help provide as much perspective as possible. So by way of me speaking, I'll ask police department to please reach out and we'll get that information and we'll go from there.
Okay, great. Just to add to that, sir, we have taken steps to make sure that the owners are liable, and there's steps that the police have to enforce that. And as Adam just said, I don't know who's here. I mean, I know that the chief and the captain's here, but if we could get the, address of that home, then I'm sure that they will follow up. So thank you. I appreciate that. With that, I will bring it back to council. Karen, do you want to start?
No comments, sir.
Okay. Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, can you come on up and address the comment that was made for the question from Steve? The gentleman had open heart surgery about the bicycles. You addressed it at the last council meeting. Maybe it needs to get readdressed with some of the items that he brought up about state law.
Thank you for calling me up.
He knew it was coming.
There's some things we will or will not weigh into when people mention liability. So, it's just part of the game, right? Chief.
Hey, listen,
thank you.
only have what, one more of these?
No, this is it.
This is it?
This is all you get.
So embellish.
And we're all very jealous.
Yes.
He's retiring, by the way, into the month.
I am. We'll talk later.
No, we won't.
To his point, no, we won't. To his point, bicycling, anything wheeled in Glendora has been a problem since the beginning of time. Everyone remembers skateboarding is not a crime, stickers everywhere. We wanted kids to have positive programs and positive things to do instead of doing drugs and sitting behind a liquor store, drinking beer, or smoking pot. And a lot of that means getting out in the public and doing things on wheels. It's good for health, just like the gentleman's walking. So is it good for the kids. And a lot of the kids nowadays, as technology has advanced, to move from the push scooters to electric scooters into electric bikes and the sort. There are laws that are in place and there are laws that are not in place, plain and simple. I don't have a crystal ball about what the new legislation will look like to address electric bikes and electric scooters, which have a much higher miles per hour than what we commonly are used to, especially under pedal power or push power. But on the local level, what we're doing is we're addressing it through the schools to talk about what the rules of the road state at the vehicle code, what the vehicle code states presently. There are talks about adopting new code in the future, but I don't know what that will look like. It is California, so fingers crossed. Don't know what that means. So addressing it with the schools and then proactive enforcement using our Office of Traffic Safety grant. We're going to choose the path to educate first, try to talk to as many people as we can to try to curb the behavior, to educate a little more. And then when carrot doesn't work, the stick will come out and we'll start writing some citations. We are up against a county a county judicial system, which can present some challenges in dealing with youthful offenders. So we've got to think creatively and outside the box when it comes to addressing some recidivism and, you know, some repeat offenders. So it's a constant process. Chief Randazzo, when he takes over, it's going to continue on that path. Our traffic unit's going to be coming back pretty soon. So it's going to be great. And we look forward to using those good grant dollars for good programs in the future.
Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
So with that, I'm on the COG, both the board as well as some of the subcommittees. And on AB 1999, that was the utility tax based on income, that just simply disappeared. I don't know if everyone knows about this, but basically they were going to start charging utilities based on your income. And they've constantly been changing that. There was a AB 1999 that was going to fix that. It was going to roll it back. It was part of a trailer bill with the last year's budget. And that just simply disappeared. And now the new rendition you're seeing is a maximum of $25 as a flat fee for everyone that's going to get one. But the law is still on the books for a utility tax based on income. It has not gone away. So sometime in the future that might happen. The California Air Resource Board, affectionately known as CARB, is working on a system for charging for a road tax of some sort, because of the EVs that are out there, they're not paying their gas tax, and so they have to recuperate some of those funds. And so they are working with the Legislative Analysis Office to try to figure out a scoping mechanism of how they're going to recuperate some of these funds. So be careful, because that's going to be coming, and more than likely it's going to probably usher in the vehicle miles travel, VMT tax that they've been talking about for years. However, what is on the books that's really quiet and most folks aren't aware of is CARB has an emissions-free fee that they have implemented, and started in 2025, it's going to be 47 cents per gallon added. And then in 2025, it's 52 cents per gallon that they're going to add, unless the legislature steps in and rolls it back or stymies it or pauses it or something of that nature. So there's so many bills that are up there, and the governor said that he doesn't want so many because of the budget situation. But we've not heard anything about rolling this back so far. So far it's moving forward. There is also an SB 1060. It's hardening of your home for fire. For your high fire severity zones, 5 foot around your house has to be impervious surfaces. But there's so many competing bills that are up there right now that and on top of this, what they're going to do is they will give this information to the insurance companies, and the insurance companies are required to give information to the state of California, and they're going to swap data. The problem is going to be, though, is that if you're not hardening your home, then information goes to the insurance companies, and they're going to be able to jack their rates up. And there is no real requirement for the insurance companies to lower your rates if you do harden. It's a suggested requirement. The slippery language, as politicians typically do. Then on top of that, we have our seniors that may get taken, if you will, with people going out there and say, we'll fix this problem. The insurance companies also have another fix that they're using It's a third party that goes out there and certifies your house for 3 years. And you can use that certificate with your insurance companies, but they may or may not use that. So there's an awful lot coming down the pike on that. Gary and I were at the 2024 SCAG meeting as our seminar, about 2 weeks ago or so now coming up. It was a good networking event. The substance of the event wasn't all the best, but there's a lot of talk with different cities, a lot of vendors that are out there, learned an awful lot, a lot of solutions that are available to us. Some of the concerns and questions with our colleagues from other cities was concerns with Cal City still about their effectiveness for cities. The one issue that they did have, though, is they would miss, if they were to get out of Cal Cities, all the benefits that they get for training and information and data. They're looking to replace it because they don't feel that they are really being looked after or listened to. It was in unison across the board with most of everyone I spoke with of the unhappiness they are with Sacramento about all the rules and laws, and that the elitism that they're showing, that they're not really listening to cities, and that we're having to deal with all the different issues. So it was quite an event. It was a 2-day event. And I think there was a lot of good information that was spread around. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Michael. Gary?
Just want to follow up a little bit on the comments that were made about the sidewalks on Foothill Boulevard. We've had this conversation in the past here as a community that Foothill Boulevard is a relatively unique city in the San Gabriel Valley. And one of the issues that we run across is that if we go to start making improvements on the street, we lose the charm of the street the way that it is. And so at some point, that's probably going to have to be a serious conversation that we're going to have, because to drive down Foothill Boulevard with curbs and gutters and sidewalks all the way is going to have a completely different look in this community. So it has been an issue for a long time, and we understand that that there are issues, but that's just something that we as a community are probably going to have to address sooner or later. Adam, I wanted to ask you if you could give us a brief update on our historic streetlights. It's been a while since they were taken down. I know they've been in the works, but people.
I think they're lost forever. No, I'm kidding. Oh man, do I ever. So no, it's a great question. I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update. So as everyone knows, Glendora Avenue, especially as you get south of Route 66 and really south of Ada in many areas, is pretty significant. Shape is not great. And so city has long planned for a comprehensive water system update that requires a lot of, speaking of sidewalk, enhancements of sidewalks and right-of-way improvements. So along parts of Glendora Avenue, we are currently working to design incorporating those historic streetlights south of the current village in Foothill as we move down towards the transit station and further down Glendora Avenue to salvage the ones that we can. So the city staff did a great job of removing some of those, of all the historic streetlights. It was crazy. Some of them were in really bad shape. Some of them were in decent shape. Others were full of concrete that had been there for a long time. So we have them all tagged and location wise, and so we'll work on incorporating those with the larger Glendora Avenue project that will come back for council consideration in both the plan and final stages. And if there are excess streetlights at that time, then we will definitely have a process if someone in the public would like to acquire one, how they go about doing that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And I think it's just important to note, one of the things that I found extremely interesting was the amount of damage that has been done to the historic streetlights, not only there, but over in Finkbeiner Park, because we allow our dogs to pee on them. So as you stop and you think about that, as your dog is releasing himself on one of our lights, it's not a dramatic issue, but over the period of 50, 60, 80 years, it does a lot of damage to those lights. So that was a bit shocking when we saw that damage. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
David.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to announce that on behalf of the Paramount Pioneer Cemetery Foundation, they will have their 147th annual Memorial Day observance on Monday, May 27th at 11:30. and all are invited and welcome to participate in the program. I'm told that hometown heroes, first responders, active and veteran military service members, and others will be recognized, so please join them. On a less positive note, I'm sharing some updates on a project that I've been working on, and I'm now seeking the voices and the public's help. So I'm going to kind of read this so I don't get out of touch, but following a long and both public and behind the scenes effort to work with Los Angeles County staff, I've sought to improve and resolve the long existing poor quality of life experiences that exist along the county owned and county controlled Arrow Highway corridor. I must now report that following 1 year of work, today is 1 year of efforts and patience, it is time for the public to fully engage. With the collective work by LA County and Glendora Public Works Departments and the District 1 Supervisor's Office, tools were requested and are now and have been in place for a couple of months, clear signage to help delineate what shall and can be done there. Along with other heroic work by the Glendora Police Department, our Community Human Services, LACADA, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department's host and CERT teams, those folks that were willing to accept services and improve their station of life for a better quality of life are in fact getting those services and have relocated. Thank you for those great folks that rescued and helped those citizens get a better place. However, at this point, the work and continuum of attention by LA County staff is stalled and is not being worked. Staff continually drives by, ignores with blind eye 3 posted ordinances addressing the parking and illegal camping issues that exist, and the people, because there's no attention to them, are basically snubbing their nose and other things at the parties that go by, at a great impact to the residents, the businesses, and our quality of life. A solution to offer those people a better place to live has been offered and frankly not responded to by the county at all. So therefore, tomorrow on my personal Facebook page and network, and I hate to say next door, I'm going to offer up the names, contact information, and emails of the responsible parties that need to hear from all of us in Glendora if you're so inclined to engage, and join the opportunity to say, we Glendora expect better, we want better, and we do not want to be considered just another one of the 88 cities in LA County that LA County can decline the quality of life and think that's a good character to be. So I'm not going to sit back and watch this happen. I expect to continue the challenge to offer the people a better place to exist and to keep Glendora a better community. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
David, thank you. Excellent work that you have done and you'll continue to do. Just a couple things that I would like to talk about is Saturday, a cultural day, will be the first one that we've ever had, I believe, maybe ever, or at least in a long, long time. It's going to be right out here from 10 to 4, and you're going to be able to experience all kinds of music and interesting foods that are very good, and cultural events, dances, just a lot of wonderful, exciting things. It's free of charge, and I hope that all of you and those that are, at home will make a point to come down, meet each other, the neighbors, the friends that make up this amazing town. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And so hope that you are there. Adam, is there anything that you want to add to that or correct what I said?
No, it's part of our strategic plan, something the city council asked for a couple of years ago that we're working on. So excited to have everyone out. Should be a great day for all involved and been well planned. And we expect everyone's participation and look forward to a wonderful afternoon.
Great. Another very important date is June the 13th. That's going to be an update on the state of our city. And just let me say, the state of our city is really good. And I would encourage you, I would urge you, I would implore you to come on that night at 5:30 at the Crowther Teen Center. You're going to be treated to music and food and drink and reports from our city staff, and it's going to be an amazing time. It is different from what we have normally done. We're going to try something new. I know for some of you that is a stretch. We don't know if it's going to work, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And so we hope that you are going to be there June 13th, 5:30, Crowther Teen Center. And you will be given a update on what our city's doing. One of the things that we've just done, and the council was there last week, if you have not been by Fink Biner Park, you need to go by and see it. It is incredible. Pickleball courts, restrooms are new, landscape is new, sidewalks are new, curbing's new, lighting is new. The playground for our kids are new. The playground for the grandparents that bring the kids to swing is new and walkable. It's squishy. It's not that sand that most of us grew up on and skinned our knees on. It's not the wood chips. It's not the rubber chips. It is amazing. And it cost us $2.1 million. And where did that come from? It came from all of us through Measure E, because you shop here, you spend here, and the money's being kept here instead of going to some dark hole that you'll never know that the county has. It's staying here, and you're getting new parks and better streets and everything else. So we're going to give you some updates just like that, but I would encourage you to stop by there and see it, because last week it was an amazing time where a lot of kids and parents were all there cheering us on and enjoying it. So those are two very important dates, and I would encourage you to come to both of those. All right. Adam, is there anything that you want to update on? Danny, city attorney? Okay. I just want to say thank you to a very good friend of mine who popped in all the way from Honolulu. Craig is right there. Just raise your hand, Craig. He's a long, long friend of mine, an attorney. Yes, I do have friends that are attorneys, because attorneys need, they just need friends. Danny needs friends. Craig needs friends. And Craig and I were at an event a couple of weeks ago, and he said, someday I want to pop in and just see what you guys do. And so Craig is here tonight. Craig, thanks. He has moved. I think you're out in Riverside now, right? Rancho. I knew it was an R. Second best city. Yeah, right. Yeah. So anyway, welcome, Craig. You have come the farthest to, join us tonight. So thank you. All right. With that, let's move on to some really fun stuff. We're going to celebrate Police Week, May 12th through May the 18th. Karen has something very special to, read. And so Karen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the Glendora Police Department who protect and serve their communities 24/7. And whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, there are currently 24,067 law enforcement officers in the United States that have made the ultimate sacrifice and been killed in the line of duty, including one member of the Glendora Police Department, Agent Louis Pompey. And whereas the service and sacrifice of all officers in the line of duty will be honored during the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Candlelight Vigil on the evening of May 13th, 2024 in Washington, D.C. And whereas May 15th is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and their families, and U.S. flags should be flown at half-staff on that day. And on that day, the Glendora community will gather for a service of remembrance at 10 a.m. Now therefore, be it resolved that the mayor does hereby designate the week of May 12th through the 18th as National Police Week and publicly salutes the service of law enforcement officers in our community and in communities across the nation. At this time, I'd like to invite Detective Casey O'Gorman and Captain Randazzo to please come forward.
Thank you. I did not come up here to accept this proclamation, though. Sorry. Officer Detective Casey O'Gorman is one of the most dedicated, hardworking police officers at the Glendora Police Department. He's also one of the most humble people in the world, and he will not tell you everything that's so great about him. So I'm up here to introduce him, and he can accept this award on behalf of the police department. Casey's been a resident of Glendora for over 40 years, and in 1980, he completed the Police Reserve Academy. If you're doing the math, he's worn that uniform and served our community for 44 years. That wasn't good enough for Casey, though. He also was an educator. He was a high school teacher, was involved in high school sports programs, was a high school football coach, and promoted up into high school administration. And his education career was 37 years. That would have been good enough for everybody else, but not for Casey. After retiring of 37 years of education, Casey came to us, and he'd been working as a reserve this whole time and said, "Hey, I want more hours. I want to give back to the community more." And ever since he retired from his other job, he's continued to be a police officer. And recently we moved him into the Detective Bureau to try to get him to slow down, but there's no slowdown in Casey. Casey is, he's an outstanding member of our community, and I wanted to bring him up here to recognize that and give you an example of our police department. On a personal note, Casey's a friend, mentor, and voice of reason to all of us at the police department. So, Police Officer, Detective Casey O'Gorman.
I gladly accept this on the behalf of the police department, and thank you for having us here. It's been a great place to work for 44 years. The end is coming. Thank you.
Casey, thank you. And we so appreciate the selfless act that you give us and for the service that you give. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. All right. The next group that we want to recognize is Public Works Week, May the 19th through the 25th. As Karen prayed, she prayed for both of these groups, and they're equally as important. But this group keeps us going, keeps the lights on, the water flowing, and the streets smooth, or as smooth as they can be. And so we just want to say thank you to you. And David, you have something to read.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to present this proclamation to our Public Works Department. And it reads, whereas Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Glendora. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Glendora to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2024 marks the 64th annual National Public Works Weeks sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, Be It Now. Whereas libraries are an essential public good and are fundamental institution in democratic societies, working to improve society, protect the right to education and multiliteracies, and promote free exchange of information for all. Okay. Now, whereas we became a library, be it resolved that the mayor has hereby designated the week May 19 through 25, 2024 as National Public Works Week. I urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and advancing quality of life for all. And receiving this tonight for the Public Works Division is probably the real boss, lady that keeps it all running, is Laura Chanelia.
And the rest of my team come up. For the photo op. Michael. Come on, Michael.
Nice try. Thank you.
Doesn't feel like it's been a year already since we did this. Like they said, the theme this year for National Public Works Week is advancing quality of life for all. And I can't think of a more appropriate designation for recognizing all of our public works staff. One of the benefits to being a part of the Public Works team is the ability to have a tangible impact on the quality of life for all our residents, our visitors, and our staff. That could be a family enjoying a visit to one of our parks where they find clean restrooms, well-maintained landscaping, and a fun and safe playground. Or it could be opening up the faucet at home and being provided with fresh, clean drinking water. Or maybe it's visiting a city facility or driving on the streets that were paved this year. Perhaps it's the completion of a capital project like new fields and shade structures at Louis Pompey Memorial Sports Park, or the water main on Bennett Avenue. It's also the unseen efforts of our streets and park staff who are here when the heavy rains hit, making sure the streets are clear and the storm drains are working, and then cleaning up when the storm is over and filling all those pesky potholes. Between our office staff and our field staff, Public Works is involved in all. And with that, I'd just like to say thank you to the City Council, to the City Manager for your continued support as we all work to improve the quality of life for everyone in Glendora. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Keep up the good work. All right, we will move to item 7, the strategic plan update for April 2024. As all of you know, we're on a 2-year cycle. So this is 2023 to 2025, and our city manager will give us that update. Adam?
Thank you very much, Mayor. We're going to bring up, looks like I'm going to get to control this. Fun for all of you. All right. Let's do this. Okay. So, where are we at here?
Adam, now, if you need some help in, making sure that works, I'll be more than happy to step down and help you.
Mayor, I will take.
Now,
you up
that
on
is a big joke, and everybody that knows me knows I am the least, technical guy here, including the chief who's shaking his head. So that was a bad joke.
Just for everyone in the audience, if you don't know, as the mayor said, we have a 2-year strategic plan. This is our second multi-year plan that we've established. The strategic plan follows with our 2-year budget under the concept, what gets funded gets done. So at a very high level, we have 7 main strategic goals: economic development, financial stability, employees, modernization, infrastructure, homelessness, and community engagement. Those 7 goals are comprised of 49 major objectives. So these are not write a staff report. These are big key areas like hold the cultural festival as an objective, and all the tasks that are associated with those. Within those 49 objectives, there are 190 major tasks that then are assigned to staff at all levels of the organization and department heads. This is an internal look at our system on how we track these. Those 189 objectives, we're a little less than halfway through our plan. 60 are completed, 86 are in progress, and 43 have yet to be started. We'll just hop through several here really quick. In goal 1 in economic development, some of the major items that have been completed: we've had an economic development workshop. We've worked with private landowners to target specific sites. The Mita Avenue improvements that we've talked about on several times this evening. We've done rezoning for intensification through the housing element. We've also talked about key sites for a development, including the formerly Tuesday Morning Shopping Center. Items that are currently in progress are changes to the bid that we've talked about, economic development incentives for targeted businesses. We'll come back to the city council. And we're also working on conceptual plans for targeted development sites. Most recently, the city council approved an agreement for in and around the future Gold Line use. If we go to goal 2 here, or out of order, you guys are keeping me on my toes here. Some of the completed items in financial stability and sustainability are annual audits, improvements to how we develop our 2-year spending plan and the public way in which we go about that. We're actively managing our investments. The mayor keeps us on our toes, and former CEO of a bank hat asked lots of questions about how we're managing our money. And we're also providing frequent updates to the city council and to the public. In progress, the city has continually and actively, especially over the last 5-6 years, really pursued grants and alternative funding sources for some of these major projects that we're working on. I think to date, we're up into the $40 million range in additional grants over that period of time. And we're also working on safety trainings for all city employees. As we jump into goal 3, which is enhance employee development and retention, we've established a wellness committee. We've evaluated work policies and procedures. We've developed a formal internship and apprentice program. I don't know if I have these numbers right, but the city opened up a couple of our job opportunities. One of them was for a summer intern, and we had over 400 applications in the 2 weeks it was open, to kind of put that in perspective. So blew us away. We also under this theme you see a lot of new faces that are part-time employees, individuals that have graduated from college, or those looking to re-enter the workforce that have a lot of work experience, just not a lot recently. And so they come to us as office aides, and they're transitioning through the organization. To give this council some idea, HR shared with us that we opened it up for 2 weeks and had over 680 applications for those part-time positions. So land development engineers, nothing. People looking to get back into the workplace, pretty significant. So really looking to tap into that base. A lot of our local community members have applied for those jobs and are looking to get and be a part of the city. So we've had some pretty wonderful success on moving those individuals throughout the organization, and look forward to continuing that. In process, new payroll HR software. We're also reviewing and expanding areas where we can do outreach for more job opportunities, and we're also modernizing all the MOUs with our employee groups. Enhancing and modernizing the organization. To hit some highlights, we'll really talk about things here that are in progress. We'll have an urban forestry manual RFP that's been issued. We'll talk about tree trimming and best practices. Currently working on a city website redesign. The migration from the old website to the new website's already underway. We are working on implementing the MOU between the city and Glendora Unified School District. We're currently working on an ERP implementation. So HR and payroll is one part, but also finance, how you pay your bills. Hopefully soon you'll be able to come into a kiosk and do everything from there. It also includes work order management system, allow the public to have access to more of a 311 type of system. A GIS system implemented the city's really first ever GIS system and some base layers that'll be needed for our permitting system implementation. And again, we're undertaking a citywide scanning project to make sure everyone has access to the information at their fingertips. I think everyone's favorite here coming up in infrastructure. We have completed the water study. We've implemented a new rate plan. We've added some much needed engineering assistance to city staff. We've replaced historic signs. We've pursued and acquired grant funding for a variety of projects in the city's parks. We've cut many ribbons. We have Louis Pompey, we have Finkbeiner. We've done Gladstone projects, recently awarded pending council or county approval, $18 million project for Finkbeiner for stormwater capture project. Pretty incredible amount of money there, all new fields, lighting, backstops in the next 3 to 4 years. And we're also have revamped how the city does its CIP or construction in progress or really capital improvement plan, depending on what terminology you use when you started with the city. So and really that plan now is facilitated based on studies that are part of the strategic plan, space use, city assessments on the library and some of our other infrastructure challenges. We're continuing to pursue funding on EV infrastructure. We're continuing to pursue funding and trying to figure out traffic infrastructure or traffic signal infrastructure enhancements, specifically along Route 66. We continue to pursue people movement project funding, which we've already acquired over $15 million for, working with the COG to try to fill that last $10 million shortfall. And those are urban trails and first last mile projects, including the aforementioned Foothill Boulevard challenges that we've had. And we're continuing to pursue funding for South Hills Bike Park, which we've already been awarded a grant from the state for $1 million. So looking at 6, implementing homeless solutions. We've acquired Dale Road for either affordable or a type of project to become down the pipeline. We've really prioritized local preference. We've had a homelessness major city council update to talk about all the successes and some of the challenges that we have. We've done our own point in time count to better understand our population. We've highlighted some of the housing of individuals, which total more than 30 so far this past year. In progress, we continue to engage the community. We continue to engage the county for our fair share of Measure H, and we continue to advocate the county to help us provide solutions to the challenges that we have locally. And lastly, because I'm sure you are all tired of hearing me talk on community engagement, we're really working to continue to establish those volunteer opportunities with the city. We have the State of the City event that's transitioning to an evening event. Working with the chamber here has been great. There is a state attorney general opinion that will change that will actually be noticed as a city council meeting. We will have an option for those individuals who would just like to come attend but not participate in some of the other activities. That will be a free option. And really, as was indicated earlier, we're also working on quality of life issues along Arrow Highway and some of the other vending. So with that, Mayor, just a quick update. There is a lot going on. We just touched the highlight here. This plan's officially been in place for a little over 10 and a half months here. And as you can see, staff's really running with a lot of these initiatives. So look forward to any questions that you have. Thank you.
Adam, thank you. Council, questions? Michael?
Adam, great update. Thank you very much for that. Very well informed. Out of curiosity, I know this is a 2-year cycle, but the number of items that we have on this is probably the largest I think we've ever had, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think the council, in its wisdom to some extent, included items that were longer than the 2-year planning cycle. There are things like in Jeff's shop are updates in zoning and general plan, and it has, 15 different elements, and those all take years to do. So this gives staff a roadmap to really focus on things both short-term and long-term. And I think we all knew we would never achieve all of the items that are on there. And the fact that we're about 30% done on some of these is actually pretty remarkable. And we're meeting more frequently with the executive staff and some of the other key managers that have some of these assigned major projects that they're working on. So we have a lot of balls up in the air all at the same time right now. And so far, fingers crossed, some of the state's announcements on their budget reduction aren't going to, won't impact those. But it is the state of California, and we will see what comes down the pipeline. But, the city council has been super supportive of a lot of these initiatives and has been so really for the past 4 years now as we're approaching the 5th year of some of these. So starting to find our groove and really spend the Measure E funding as was promised.
Anything else, Michael? Gary? Any questions? Karen? David? Yeah, I just want to add a couple things. One, council briefs with management every week. Those briefings last anywhere from 2 hours to 4 hours. And the public may not know that, but we're here at 7:15 a.m. and we go over a lot of this stuff and talk in depth about it. Accountability is really important here. And I think as a result of that, we're seeing some of the amazing things that are being done, really superb things being done. And I just want to say thank you to our entire team for the incredible work that they do. And they work really, really hard. Expectations are very, very high, but outcomes are, as I've said, superb. So thank you. A couple weeks ago, we had an update on our budget, and once again, that was very, very strong. So Adam, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, we will go on to a public hearing. And the purpose of this is to conduct a public hearing to receive a testimony regarding the proposal to levy and collect assessments for the fiscal year 2024-2025 for the Glendora Village Business Improvement District. And Licia, you're there. I was looking at my notes and boom,
Oh,
you're there.
perfect.
You are going to give us the update. I appreciate you. And so it's yours. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Thompson and City Council members. This is the first of 2 public meetings required to collect and levy annual assessments for the Business Improvement District. One of the initial steps of this process was the approval of the bid's annual report on March 26th. So going over its contents, starting with the boundaries of the bid, we're all pretty familiar with this picture here, so I won't go into detail. Next is going to be the assessment methodology that determines the assessment amount for each business, and that will remain the same as the current fiscal year 2023-2024. As a reminder, each business is assessed based off of category: primary businesses, secondary businesses, as well as exempt businesses who do not pay an annual assessment. In looking at the bid's proposed adjusted budget for fiscal year 2024-2025, revenue is primarily comprised of assessments and money brought in from the bid's annual wine walk, which is their largest event of the year. Those 2 line items, along with other annual events and miscellaneous income, bring in the bid to a forecasted revenue of approximately $103,000. Moving on to expenditures on the right, which includes allocations for marketing, the regular landscaping of the Business Improvement District, and other miscellaneous costs such as the bid storage unit, downtown banner purchases, and installation. The large majority of the expenditure budget is going to be made up of costs to put on annual events, in addition to a $17,000 line item for an event coordinator and an undesignated amount of $10,000 to be put towards a potential new event or service. With this being said, expenditures are expected to exceed revenues by just under $50,000, which would be covered by the bid surplus fund. The table you see here provides an abbreviated look at the projections for the bid's fund balance, also known as their reserves. The bid's amended budget for current fiscal year 2023-2024 included a beginning fund balance of slightly under $175,000. And with a couple of months left in this fiscal year, it is projected to have an end balance of over $117,000. The column on the right offers projections for proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 and includes the projected revenues and expenditures discussed in the previous slide. And with an estimated ending fund balance of roughly $69,000, the proposed budget does ensure that the bid maintains the recommended minimum fund balance of $10,000 at the end of fiscal year 2024-2025. Just to briefly recap on a few important dates relative to this process. On March 26th, the City Council adopted the resolution of intent to levy and collect assessments for fiscal year 2024-2025 for the Glendora Business Improvement District. April 5th, a copy of the adopted resolution and approved annual report were mailed to members of the bid and noticing for both public meetings published in the Examiner. Which brings us to tonight, May 14th, where City Council will open and conduct a public meeting to receive testimony from members of the public and bid businesses, if any. On May 28th, the City Council will then hold a second public hearing where once again testimony can be provided and any protest votes received will be tabulated. And in the absence of a 50% weighted protest vote, City Council may then approve the resolution to collect assessments for the upcoming year. I think I may have. Oh, right side. At this time, the only action required by the City Council is to open and conduct the public meeting to receive testimony regarding the proposed collection of assessments. And with that, I will turn it back over to the council to open the public hearing.
All right,
Public
thank you.
meeting, thank you.
And thank you. And the public hearing is open. If you want to speak on this, please fill out a yellow card. And if you're on Zoom, we will call on you next. Madam Clerk, do you have any yellow cards for people who want to speak on this item?
I do not, Mayor.
And anybody on Zoom that wants to speak on this item?
There are no hands for him.
Okay, seeing and hearing none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Any questions for Alicia? Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question. What's
Sure.
our collection rate for the assessments?
So the collection rate for the assessment, right now, we're about where we should be. Earlier in the year, we did see that the assessment collection wasn't really where it should be, but right now we're about, I believe, 75 to 85% of where we should be. So we're right where we should be in terms of the collection of assessments.
So are people paying on time?
Yes, I mean, so the collection, the assessments are collected simultaneously and consistent with the way business tax is collected with the city. So it's not an annual basis, it is month to month, so that does fluctuate. So if many businesses got their business license in July as opposed to October, that is going to fluctuate in the year. But from what we can tell, yes.
So there's no delinquencies on their payments?
I cannot say there's no delinquencies, but generally speaking, we're collecting assessments right on time.
All right, thank you.
Karen, any questions? Gary?
No questions, but I need to bring something up just because it's, been in my crawl for a long time, but we talked a little bit earlier tonight when we were talking about the Business Improvement District board members. The assessments for the bid have not changed since the inception in 2009. And I think most people know I was involved in the creation of the Business Improvement District in the beginning. And I got to tell you, the assessments that we have used were some numbers that we threw together for an example to say this is the kind of thing that we could do. And they ended up being adopted. And here we are 15 years later, still using the same assessment formula. It hasn't changed at all. So I would like to ask, as we move forward with this, that we, whether this be a project for the Business Improvement District, for council, for staff, that we take a look at our assessment process. Assessments normally are collected through a Business Improvement District based on the volume of sales, based on square footage of the size of business that you had. It can be based on the number of employees. there's a variety of different things, the formulas that can be put in place. And what we've done really does not measure the value of the assessments in a way that it should. So I would just like to ask, as we continue this process, it really has nothing to do with the hearing tonight, but I think it's just something that we need to take a look at and maybe keep that in mind as we move forward with this conversation. So that's my only comments.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. I appreciate that. David?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for a very good report. The public should know that we do have a member of our bid board. She was elected just like 3 or 4 hours ago. So, Miss Ronnie, thank you for being here, taking an interest in your new board and in your seat.
On the spot, Mayor?
No, no, I'm not. No. I just want to say thank you for being here and stepping up. No, I'm good with this. I do agree with Gary. As a lot of you know, I like some fees. I don't like a lot of fees, but I do think that over time that we need to look at what fees we do have, the value that is brought from those fees, and so I would agree with Gary that I think the bid board should take a serious look at this and work with staff on that. So I would agree with that. So
Mayor Ronnie said she's going to fix us through more events.
well, that is a possibility of
Clarification, they weren't raised in 2009. They were actually lowered in 2013.
That's correct.
Yeah, I was going to make that comment, but I was going to leave it alone. But since you brought that up, yes, if you recall, there were folks that currently worked at that time in the village that asked for the prices to be changed. So I appreciate you bringing it up again to have that reevaluated by the bid board. That's a good idea.
So it sounds like that you're supporting Mr. Boyer on.
I am.
Good.
Be a bid board decision.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Adam, do you need to opine on any?
No, I was just
anything?
gonna say, I think staff has direction on that front in addition to any of the actions that are here. So let staff move forward on that front and work with the bid board, but the recommendation is before you. If you haven't already, looking for a motion in a second. Thank you.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, and second? Oh, it's already done there. So I will close the public hearing first of all. Michael has moved, Karen has seconded. Please vote. And I'll ask the clerk to call for an oral roll call.
Councilmember Alouis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedenau?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
thank you. We'll move on to item 9, second public hearing to continue to consider an ordinance amending the Glendora Code to bring it into compliance with state law and streamline construction of ADU and SB 9 units consistent with the general housing plan element file PLN 23-0035. This was continued from our meeting on April the 9th. And here to present is Hans, and I will open the public hearing and you can be the first speaker, Hans. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. And we are here tonight, again, on continuation of the first reading of a draft ordinance, updating our ADU standards and some SB 9 standards consistent with the adopted housing element in state law. The draft ordinance was continued on the first reading at the April 23rd City Council meeting, really over one question, which was how to regulate the size of a new primary residence on an undeveloped portion of a new lot created through an SB 9 lot split. We are here seeking direction from council on 2 alternatives that we've prepared for council to revise that ordinance to add clarity to that issue. So a little background on SB 9, and I'll kind of refer to this as the rule of 4. So SB 9 is a pathway to have up to 4 dwelling units in the area of an original single-family lot, subject to objective design standards, whether that lot is split or not. It also provides a pathway to split an existing single-family lot into 2 roughly proportionate lots, with that ratio not being bigger than 40 to 60%, so roughly 2 halves. There's different ways to get to those 4 units. And it's more than I will list here, but that's the limit. It's not a pathway to 5 units or 6 units or 8 units, it's 4. And I have a graphic after this. But so some examples of that could be the main house that's existing, an ADU, a JADU, and a new SB 9 unit, primary unit, which is the question tonight, if it was split. The main house, an ADU, an SB 9 primary unit, and an SB 9 secondary unit. Or maybe if the lot wasn't split, you might have the main house, an ADU, a JDU, and another SB 9 unit. So I think this graphic here makes this a little clearer, hopefully. So on the left, we have just a hypothetical square lot. So this is my PowerPoint CAD graphics work here. So not going to be a developer anytime soon. But on the left, we have a hypothetical lot. On the right, this is an example of if the lot were split, you have that existing blue house, an ADU on the back, that could be their existing too. And on the right, the question at hand is we have how big this new primary unit can be, which is the green box. And then we have a gray SB 9 secondary unit behind it. So the total is 4. And we consider that gray unit the same as an ADU on that lot in this draft code. So in the original ordinance as presented to council last week, we limited the size of that new house, primary house, on an undeveloped portion of a split lot to the maximum allowable under the underlying zone's floor to area ratio, which is 35% or 0.35 typically, subtracting for 1,200 square feet for that to allow for a hypothetical secondary unit to be created. So the example we gave was on a 10,000 square foot lot with a 35% floor area ratio. A proposed SB 9 primary unit may be 2,300 square feet. We received some public feedback at that hearing that on very small lots, this might limit the main house to be very small. So there is some, confusion over that and concern over that. So I'll now present the 2 options we have prepared in the staff report. So option 1, this is probably the simplest, is to remove that 1,200 square foot reduction from the primary residence and just allow the primary residence on a lot created through a lot split to meet whatever the underlying floor to area ratio is, which is 35% or 0.35, and then to put and then allow for a 1,200 square foot secondary unit if they're not at if they can do that under the rule of 4. I have a sample text there, but also a table we've prepared, which is in the staff report. And this really kind of shows the sort of expected range of possible lot sizes we're likely to see typically in Glendora. Staff did a little bit of research on our GIS system that we have, and looking at just different lots in the city, trying to find some of the smallest single family lots we really couldn't find much under 5,000 square feet. Most of the lots are between 5,000 and 6,000 square feet, and many are much bigger. So the smallest lot here in this table is considering a hypothetical 4,000 square foot lot, and it goes up to roughly an acre, which is 43,000 plus square feet. So as you can see in all these conditions, under that 0.35 floor to area ratio, we would allow that primary house to be, we wouldn't limit it or regulate it to below 800 square feet. And that's in state law, is that absolute floor of 800 square feet. The secondary unit could be 1,200 square feet in all circumstances. Again, this is often going to be limited by practical constraints, the size of the lot, setbacks, feasibility, that sort of thing. This one sort of is more restrictive on option 1, the simpler one, on the smaller lots, because it takes that primary house and makes it a little smaller, and it's a little bit more permissive on the bigger lots. So as you get near an acre, as you can see at 0.35, you're getting pretty big houses that you could build there. You could have up to a 7,000 square foot house on a 1 acre lot that was split into 2, and your 1,200 square foot secondary unit. So that's option 1. That's the simplest one. Option 2 was to essentially keep the proposed text as presented to council, but clarify that on very small, situations where the main house was reduced down to a really small size, we would just cap it at 1,200 square feet. So that it was the same as this ADU or secondary unit. So you could have two 1,200 square foot units, no matter how small the lot was. On the table here, I think this becomes kind of interesting with the math. What this does, it's a little more complicated than the first example. On the very small lots, it allows you to have a little more, exceed the floor to area ratio by a little bit more, quite a bit more actually. But on the bigger lots, what happens by using that formula is you basically trend to that 0.35% FAR, and then you can't have as big of houses on the bigger lots. I've got a couple of other graphics I'll show after this. So here's an example of what both options would look like on a 10,000 square foot lot. So assume this is the half of a lot that's created through a lot split. Left is option one, which is just limiting the main house to the 0.35% or 0.35 ratio or 35%, if you want to use that, floor to area ratio. So as you can see, the main house, a primary house, is a little bigger. Still fits within the setbacks, 4 foot side, 4 foot back. And then you have your 1,200 square foot ADU in the back. On the right, we have option two, which now has that performance reduction in there. So the main house is 3,500 square feet minus 1,200. So it's a little smaller. And then you have your 1,200 square foot, again, secondary unit in the back. So both are a little bit smaller on the right, but pretty similar. I will point out that under SB 9, we are allowed to require parking, 1 space for each unit. So we can imagine that on the left example, they would be parking in a garage. They would have to have some parking space somewhere on there for those 2 cars. There's kind of a isometric or angled view again, so you can kind of see the massing a little bit. And we can come back to any of these with questions. I kept these pictures of some examples in here in case we wanted to look at some examples and have a conversation about some of these things to illustrate it. But these are kind of the stacked units again. One of the things I'll mention is that on some of those smaller lots, by allowing 2 units, what would likely happen if we did have a 5,000 square foot lot, divided into half, 2,500 square feet roughly, you'd probably see something kind of like this under the code, which would be a stacked unit if they did their 2 units. One more graphic of one here, which we can come back to. So in conclusion, I think we could roll with the ordinance was originally written, or we could, we're here seeking basically clarity and direction from council on which one of those 2 options. If they would so choose to direct us to go with one of those, which one they would prefer, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Hans. And as I said, this is a public hearing, which is open. And again, I would solicit anybody that is here, if you want to speak, fill out a yellow card and we'll follow the public hearing rules, or if you're on Zoom, likewise. So Madam Clerk, do we have any cards from people here that want to speak?
We do not, Mayor.
And anybody on Zoom that wants to speak?
No, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will bring it back to, council and ask for any questions or thoughts.
Mayor,
Hans.
if I may, just really quick, and Hans did a wonderful job doing the presentation. Just wanted to highlight again, at the last meeting when we got city council direction, we got a consensus on the areas you wanted us to come back and look at, and other things like size of an ADU and everything else we did not go back over. Hans is happy to answer those questions, but we had the majority of the council that told us that was fine, so we just moved forward with these. So appreciate your all of your work, Hans, and look forward to any questions that you may have, Mayor.
Thank you, Hans, and I would agree with that. We had a breakfast meeting, and Hans was very good at taking the little jam things, and that was, I mean, it brought it down to bottom shelf that I could understand. I didn't need all of the graphical stuff, but the little, the strawberry jam, the grape jam, and you just nailed it. Yeah. That's what he did. Yeah. It's perfect. So with that, Ms. Davis, do you have any questions or
Thank you,
opinions?
Hans, for your patience. Thank you for your creativity. And I say go simple. Go with option 1. Thank you.
David?
I agree with option one, but he had to learn that, dumb it down from me, the first act, so you got the second.
Okay,
act,
well,
so
that's
all
true.
right. That's
That is
thank you,
true.
Hans. Great work.
Okay. Michael,
Very well done, Hans. Do you have a recommendation between 1 and 2? Because it seems like it's a little punitive to a larger lot.
I think the options are for the council. Staff's not going to answer that question.
They're the professionals.
We tried this last time, and so here we're back at it.
I tried again.
Yeah, same answer.
Is there a hybrid approach for some of the larger lots?
There could be other approaches, but I think it makes it more complicated. And one of our goals in the housing element in our sort of program is to try to streamline housing, make this something that we can explain at the council and, kind of do I enjoyed the commentary about the jams, but those are the kind of the conversations that we have to have at the counter, every day as
Yeah,
planners with the
right.
citizens. So these were options that we felt the two presented that were simple enough to be able to explain at the counter and be clear and still provide some clear regulation.
Thank you.
Constraints.
Gary, anything?
I guess, is there a reason we cannot restrict both units to a floor area ratio of 35?
Both, so the new primary and the secondary unit?
Yeah.
Well, it's a little complicated on that answer. So essentially the 0.35 is in our code. That's something that's in our zoning code. The state says that we can't have a restriction that limits both of those units to each being less than 800 square feet. The direction we were given when we started this from Planning Commission and we brought the policy to City Council on these SB 9 units was to not have two tiny houses. So to allow one basically full-size house. So I guess, that would be very different to go that route where you'd have, I don't know what that exactly would entail, two full-size houses but was it really the?
So I think to answer your question, Councilmember, I think staff's initial look at the ordinance. So first of all, on the SB 9 lot split, it is possible that a secondary unit would never be built. Because you can't, because you already, let's just say you have the example with the JADUs. And I think on the list that was before you, there are some homes with a main house, a JADU and an ADU on them.
Mhm.
So an SB 9 lot split would just be subject to the one unit. The initial proposal from staff sort of predicated that it would stay within that 0.35 FAR because they subtracted the 1,200 square feet from the calculation of FAR, and we went round and round then on, well, what could we really do? And it was the minimum square footage. So trying to provide some simplicity, it is one of those things where I think staff tried to do just that, and in doing just the limiting to the 30.35 FAR created other questions about, well, how's that calculated? Does this just result in a tiny unit? And so this was our attempt to stop that, but the state will tell us the minimum size.
So how does option 2 differ from what we were presented at the last meeting?
Option 2 is basically very much the same thing. I can back up on it here. It's let's see here if I can get back through my pictures here and the graphics. All right, option 2. Essentially option 2 is the same thing that was presented at the meeting. It has that reducing factor for that hypothetical secondary unit, which is pretty much an ADU. With the exception is we clarified per the caller who called in what happens on a small lot. So if I'll go back to the table here. So before, if you just use the 0.35 FAR and we have that reducing factor on let's say the 5,000 square foot lot, which is the second one down, then the primary house on that would be, the way we worded it would be 0. We know we can't do that because the state would come in and say you have to allow at least an 800 square foot lot. But then the caller was mentioning, well, hey, on a 10,000 square foot or a 7,000 square foot lot, the house gets pretty small. And so we're always hitting that 800 square foot floor. So we just added that clarity on it and said, hey, we're not going to make the main house be smaller than the ADU that they would be allowed, or secondary unit that they would be allowed to build if they didn't have 3 units already on the other half when they split the lot off. So that's the only thing we did, is add that sort of, both units can be 1,200 square feet. As I pointed out, what really happens is it's a little bit more permissive on the really small lots, but on those really big lots, I don't really have a pointer here, but on the, your 10,000 or 20,000 square foot lots, it just keeps you at that 0.35 for the total number of both units, which is kind of maybe using that 0.35 for both units if you could build 2. So option 2 is pretty much the same as what we presented last time, with a little added clarity to it, basically.
Each house being, or the primary house being a minimum of 1,200.
Allowing them to do
That's
that
basically the
if they want to do that. Yeah. A lot come in. We did some research. I mean, a lot of our ADUs, almost like, I think we had some averages. We did some research on like permit activity, I think was part of the packet that came out on the last 2 years on ADUs and SB9 units. And I think, as you can see on that, the average sizes were smaller. I have it here. It's a big table, which I won't read to, hope I don't have to read this tonight, but the average ADU is like, what is it? Like 579 square feet and
Yeah,
665. So they don't, as I was kind of saying, they don't often come in at the
I
full
looked at
outlet
that,
size. Yeah.
about 8% of the applications during that time period opted to maximize the size of it. So, yeah, I understand that. I understand that being in place. And then help remind me, did we determined that we're going to allow ADUs on top of garages on second stories? Did we determine that they're going to be allowed on top of the primary residence?
The state already allows that.
It
We have
allows
to allow
for
that anyway. Yeah.
ADUs can be, so we could have one unit with the two.
But not a third story in most residential areas.
Right.
Yeah, they could add on a 2-story ADU, and that would be permissible.
That's the only questions I have. Personally, I'm leaning toward option 2, which is pretty much what we had last time. Thank you.
I just like it streamlined. I would like us to not be the one-off within the county. The county, I think, allows 12. The state allows 12. I think staff has worked very, very hard to correct the feeling that has been among some builders that Glendora is always that hiccup within the system, and they don't like to come here because we're a little bit different. I'd like to continue that trend of being consistent with what at least the county and state allows, which I think was what we talked about a couple of weeks ago, and which is represented in option 2. If I'm understanding that correct.
So Mendel, excuse me, Mayor.
That's all right.
I'm in Tuesday morning briefing.
Oh, I know, yeah.
So I think, and I will let the expert here talk about, but I think we're talking about 2 different things. So the first one is the ADU minimum size, which is 1,200 feet, which is
Right.
reflected. This SB9 split is a different provision under state law that allows for additional unit or units to be built. There, the minimum is 800 square feet.
But both option 1 and 2 allow for there to be hypothetically a 1,200 square foot secondary unit.
Okay.
Mhm.
The issue is over the size of the new main house. If you split a lot and you have a
Yeah.
clean slate. So we I think agreed at the last hearing to basically leave the size alone, which was we allowed up to 1,200 square foot ADUs or secondary SB9 units consistent with LA County and with the maximum allowable by the
Right.
state. So this is really how you regulate that main residence on the new lot.
Essentially, it's
That-
option 2 limits both of them to 1,200 square feet, carte blanche, and option 1 allows for, as Hans mentioned, a potentially larger primary unit.
Okay.
Yep.
So I guess where I'm landing is I'm more in favor of option 2. It's not a hill I want to die on. but I would like to be consistent with the thought of streamlining, consistent with LA County, consistent with state. So-
Mr. Mayor, I think from what I'm hearing you say, that if you're trying to make it be more flexible, option one allows that flexibility.
Okay,
Option two is limiting that size of the primary house.
okay.
So I'm not sure which direction
I like
you intend, but
streamlining and flexibility.
well,
Sounds
and
like
that's why,
option one
yeah,
also.
Oh,
that's
option
why
one.
I think
Okay.
we were
Alright,
in
yeah.
favor of option one, because
Okay.
it's more streamlined.
Okay. Anything else before we ask for a vote?
Well-
Or, well, I need to close the public hearing, and I will do that right now.
No,
I'll
no, no,
close
no,
the public,
wait.
okay.
We're not finished our discussion.
Okay.
Okay, because I mean, Karen, I'm looking at this and I disagree. I think option two would be more of a streamline. At what, can you share?
Yeah, I think that, okay, let's say that, they're gonna split the lot, then you have already limited the size of that house. Whereas going back to the M&Ms and the Snickers, that, if I'm gonna have the primary house, I might want it to be the size of the M&Ms rather than having two Snickers there. And so I think option one gives that flexibility to make that house a little bigger, or you can make it smaller depending upon what your intent is. If you're wanting maybe, somebody is going to make that house their primary house, and already you've told their kids, their grandma, their mom, whoever's going to live in that house, hey, your primary house is going to have to be small and the same size as the ADU. I like option one because you can make it a little bit bigger, or you can make it smaller, and you leave that flexibility to the person who's building it, rather than saying, oh, if you split your lot, everything's going to have to be this size and it's going to be like the Snickers. I like that flexibility that it could be the Snickers or the M&Ms rather than it all has to be the Snickers.
So which
Thank you,
one's the
Hans, for
grape-
that illustration.
Which one was the grape jelly and the strawberry jelly, Hans?
You-
I think
Would you mind going back to the two tables? Let's just go
Yeah.
through those tables one more time.
Let's see the tables. Yeah, that's a good.
For all of you, Hans is also on baby watch. So I know he's checking his watch. He's not checking the time, but he's just making sure as a
hospital
nervous
till
father to
midnight,
be.
yeah, right,
So
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so we'll go back to the table. Yeah, no, I appreciate, this is pretty nuanced stuff for 9 PM here. And it's an interesting philosophical question of how you want to do this. I will say option one, we actually heard back from Claremont, our neighbors that way, and they do option one. So that was exactly what they did. So I was like, oh, that's it. So essentially, this is option one here. The way this works is in the table, when they create that new lot, it's as if they created a new lot, and we just look at that underlying zoning and say, okay, the main house can be 35% of whatever the size of the new lot is. Whatever that is, and it kind of puts it on the, they can go within that 40, 60, 50, 50, however it works. It helps them make their decision whether they want to split a lot or not. It does not incentivize splitting small lots. That's clearer because it kind of limits the main house to be pretty small. And then the secondary unit can be 1,200 square feet no matter what, consistent with the county, with the state. So here's the table. Without a pointer, I can just kind of list through them, but on the far left side is the original hypothetical lot size. We picked 5 examples, which are sort of characteristic of almost all lots that we're going to see. The 4,000, we couldn't find a 4,000 square foot lot, but there may be one somewhere in Glendora, the single family zone. But let's say 4,000 to 5,000, 10, 20, 40, 40 being about an acre. The caller who called in talked about a 20,000 split into 2, 10,000. So that was a reason for that example, roughly a half acre. And there you can see the primary house is that third row over. And it goes from 800 square feet, which is the absolute floor. The state says we can't make it smaller than that. So we couldn't tell them they could do a 200 square foot house or something ridiculous like that. The state wouldn't let us do that. All the way up to a really big house on a 1 acre lot, a 7,000 square foot. That's probably a lot of bedrooms. And And in all cases, that secondary unit is that just constant 1,200 square feet. On the far right is the actual floor to area ratio in effect if you maxed out your allowable size. So that on a very small lot is 1. And that was the jam example that I was kind of showing at the meeting, how that would work. And on the bigger, it gets
Can
bigger.
I interrupt you for
Yeah.
a second? So majority of our homes that we have in here, are they, what size lots are they? 4,000, 5,000 square feet?
Oh, in Glendora?
Not the homes, but the lot size, the first,
In Glendora?
yes.
Oh, they vary across. I mean, Jeff may know the average for the whole city, but I mean, most we see are, we couldn't find much below 5,000 at all. I mean, really, that was kind of the bottom. And then they go up to, 10, 20. I'd say the average is probably 6 to 10. Would that be correct, Jeff? Maybe 7,500.
So there are several different single-family zones in the city. The largest zoning district in the city is R1, and the minimum lot size in R1 is 8,500 square feet. So some of the lots, however, even though they're R1, were developed under county standards. So we did find a tract where the average lot size was just over 5,000 square feet. But most of the lots, the majority of single-family lots, are in that range of around 7,000 to 8,000 square feet.
So option 1 is punitive to a smaller lot.
Sure.
Well, if
More so
you,
than others.
more so in a sense, I mean, but again, it sort of becomes a math game, because if you look at, you could, some owners could look at the square footage that you're attributing to the secondary unit under option 1 and give some of that square footage to the main house if they wanted to. Not everybody's going to build a 1,200 square foot lot. And most of the time, what people tend to do with lots with ADUs is they want to have a larger main house and a smaller secondary house. So they're going to probably take some of that 1,200 square feet on a small, let's say if you did have a smaller lot, and give it to the main house, is what I would expect people
Shouldn't this
to do.
chart actually show then the variation that you can swap back and forth? You have a total of 2,000 square foot of house, basically, of under roof. You can fluctuate that back and forth.
Yeah, you can.
So there's a range.
But there's I think that, yeah, there are, we didn't prepare a graph for every permutation of every single option. I think the intent of this was simply to give examples of theoretical alternatives that people might choose to do with somebody maxing out the secondary unit.
Okay. So theoretically, they can flop on the first one, the 800 and the 1,200, they can flop
Sure.
them. Probably.
Yeah, somebody could do that.
So Hans,
Actually-
go ahead, Gary.
They couldn't flop them because the primary house would need to follow the 35 FAR rule.
Yeah, but you can choose if you wanted to, you can say, well, this is my primary unit, and this is my secondary unit, it becomes that type of discussion.
Semantics.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Live in your ADU with 4 bedrooms, it's 1,200
Yeah.
square feet, and then your main house.
I think however you cut it, and with the more options you have, the more complicated the conversations get. So we're looking at 3. And any one of the 3, I think, will provide a reasonable outcome for people. It just, depends on, which one you want to choose. They're very similar in, I think, staff's view, all 3 of them.
So I guess what I heard is that what we talked about a couple weeks ago is best shown in option 2.
And
am I confused there?
Yeah, and I wasn't here so my understanding is that this whole conversation sort of germinated out of a comment from somebody who spoke at the public hearing.
Right.
Who was concerned that under the way that the ordinance is written, that on a extremely small lot in the city or a smaller lot in the city, that it would produce units or require units to be less than 800 square feet. Was that kind of correct? Is that what you recall?
Yeah.
And actually that's not true at all, is that because state law will not, even if you're exceeding all other development standards on an SB 9 lot split or an SB 9 unit, we have to allow at least 800 square feet. So that argument, in my opinion, is not correct. And if the way their ordinance is written is fine from that respect. However, if you want to, if the majority of the council feels that there's some advantage or it serves some other public purpose under option 1 or 2 that you're able to sort of articulate, then we'll work with either of those as well. So in staff's opinion, we've got 3 viable options.
The simplest option is option 1, as far as counter conversations go. I can say that.
Yeah, I would say that too, because the more, the more nuances that you add to any ordinance, the more difficult it is for staff to have conversations about, because it's always, you're peppered with 50 million different questions and you're trying to keep track of everything in your head and you're saying, well, what about this? What about this? So that is true. If from a trying to explain it perspective, option 1 is a cleaner way to do it.
And you said they wouldn't give me a recommendation.
That's not a recommendation. It's an explanation.
Is option 1 consistent with what a person could get within the county and state in terms of square feet?
So, and again, we're talking about SB 9 splits. I can't say that I know how the county handles an SB 9 lot split. That could be different than what we're doing.
Actually, that answer's in your staff report. Let me find that, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
We've heard places we heard back. Not everybody could give us.
No,
But if
but
you're
others did.
concerned as to whether or not this complies with the law of SB 9, it does.
No,
Yeah.
my concern is, are we consistent with what the county and state are doing?
Option 1 was most like, if they didn't limit it to just the minimum size. They
Yeah.
took that kind of like breaks on approach. They did something more like option 1. We were sort of unique and creative in that sort of reducing factor that was something
Okay.
from our policy. We didn't see that anywhere else that we heard.
Okay.
Right. No, that is true. Yeah. Most of the examples were that we did find.
So, yeah, and in the on page 6 and page 7 of the staff report in the presentation, and again, Mayor, this is different than the ADU conversation with the county. This is the SB 9 lot split. Azusa limits the primary unit to 800 square feet. Claremont, Covina, and Laverne are about the 35% FAR level. Pasadena is different based on historic zone. Rancho Cucamonga and West Covina are 800 square feet.
And then we heard back from Claremont, which was the option.
And I'm ready to make a motion on option 1.
Motion is in order.
Can you close it, please?
Close the public hearing. And a motion has been made by Karen. Is there a second? David Friedendahl seconds it. And it appears that the motion is reflective of option 1. Am I reading that correctly?
That is the motion I
Okay.
am making. Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that was true. Okay, let's vote. And then, Madam Clerk, would you please call the oral roll?
Councilmember Alves,
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friednall,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
all right. Thank you.
And just for the record, we just want to point out that includes items 1 through 4 that are listed before
Correct.
everybody tonight.
Thank you.
So, that's how laws are enacted. Vigorous debate back and forth. Stacks of jelly on top of each other as table items, and then the law is produced. Just like we learned in civics class. Thank you, Hans, for an excellent job. Okay, let's go to item 10. That is the consent calendar. Those items 10 through 12 can be approved in one motion.
I move by items 10 through 12 on the consent.
There is a first by Michael, a seconded by David. Please vote. Madam Clerk, please call.
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friednall,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson,
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Unfinished business, item 13, consideration of a resolution that authorizes the execution of a purchase and sale agreement with Olson Urban Housing LLC for the sale of surplus properties, APNs 8655-007 900 8655 007 901 8655-007-902 and 8655-021-900. This is not a public hearing. It's unfinished business, and Valerie is here to present. Valerie, welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, and good evening, Council. So as noted, tonight's item is going to request Council's approval of a purchase and sale agreement for the sale of city-owned land. Property we will be discussing tonight is located east of Lorraine and south of Foothill Boulevard. It is at the end of San Jose Drive and Woodland Lane. That's a typo. It's not Avenue. It is 4 parcels, as you can see outlined by the red on the screen there. It is north of the city yard. It is a total of about 5.8 acres, and you'll see that the Big Dalton Wash does go through one of the parcels, so the total usable area is about 4.8 acres. It is vacant, undeveloped land, and it is zoned residential. So there is something called the California Surplus Land Act, which requires property that is owned by government or public-owned land that we need to abide by. And so this property, after being determined not necessary for city use, was declared as non-exempt surplus land. And the purpose of the California Surplus Land Act is really to promote affordable housing on public-owned land in response to the Housing Crisis Act. So as I mentioned, prior to selling any surplus land, there are requirements that the city needs to abide by. And so this is a list of the requirements and tasks that we've gone through already. The city did declare the property as surplus back in December of 2022. The act also requires that we issue a notice of availability to housing sponsors or affordable housing developers that are registered with the California Department of HCD. And so we emailed about 500 housing developers back in January of 2023. We held that period open through March, a 60-day period. We received notice of interest from 4 developers. 2 of them ultimately were serious, and we proceeded to negotiate with them over a 90-day period. Ultimately, under the Surplus Land Act, the ideal goal is to have any residential development with more than 10 units. 25% of the units developed would be made available to low-income households. We were not able to come to an agreement under those terms, so we completed our 90-day negotiation period and reported back to HCD. We requested at that time that we would be able to move forward with continuing to negotiate, and asked to move forward with 15% of the units be made available to moderate level households. And so they came back in September of 2023 with approval for disposition under those terms, provided that we record an affordability covenant prior to the sale. And so that is what we moved forward to continue to negotiate, and we reached terms for a purchase and sale agreement, which is in your packet. And this is unfinished business because we met under closed session numerous times with City Council and went back and forth with the developer. So the terms that we have before you in the purchase and sale agreement are as follows. The purchaser proposed is Olson Company, or Olson Urban Housing LLC. The purchase price would be $4 million, and we determined that to be the fair market value based on an appraisal that the city did obtain. That money would go into general fund at the end of the at the closing of the sale. They will put forward a deposit of $50,000. The due diligence period would be 90 days. There are a couple of different items or action that would trigger the closing date, but the longest, or it should be, is 18 months after the purchase and sale agreement. The entitlements they would apply for their entitlements during escrow. So council should understand that with the approval of the purchase and sale agreement, we are not approving any project for the site. They will go ahead, and I'll go into the schedule of performance in the next couple slides, but they will come forward at a later date with the proposed project that they'll also share with the community. And there are also in Exhibit D some project agreements that will be negotiated during the escrow as well. So those project agreements will be the affordability regulatory agreement, and that is what is required, again, by the state under the Surplus Land Act, requiring that 15% of the units developed will be made available to moderate level households. And just for reference, just to give you an idea, I wanted to point out that a family of 4, as of today, they released the 2024 income level. So a family of 4 at moderate level can make up to $117,850. And that's the moderate level income for a family of 4. So the Affordable Regulatory Agreement will go ahead and include those terms that will comply with the Surplus Land Act, and also will have to comply with the state density bonus law. And there will also be something called a covenant agreement that's going to state the buyer's obligations to complete the project after the close of escrow. There's a number of things that are included, and that's included in Exhibit D of the purchase and sale agreement. But some of the items that are included is construction would have to start within 6 months after the close of escrow, and the project would have to be completed within 40 months or a little over 3 years after. And so the project agreements, to make sure that those are fulfilled, will also be recorded in the county recorder's office upon closing. So upon approval of the purchase and sale agreement, this is a list of the tasks that will follow. The developer will submit a concept review for consideration on the development of that site within 30 days following the purchase and sale agreement. After that, within 60 days, the buyer or developer will schedule a community meeting to go ahead and share those plans with the community. They will negotiate those project agreements that I just mentioned at the expiration of the due diligence period, so after 90 days. And then within 60 days following that due diligence period, they'll submit an application for their entitlements, which would be for the project that they develop on that site. Final improvement of the entitlements, we are requesting that be done within 1 year of tonight, so a year from today, back in May of next year. And then the closing date would be within 18 months following the purchase and sale agreement. So that is a summary and the conclusion to my report. And the recommendation tonight is for City Council to adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council Authorizing the City Manager to Execute the Purchase and Sale Agreement with Olson Urban Housing." And I'm available for any questions.
Valerie, thank you. We already have a motion in a second here, so that's why I'm laughing. I'm like, I was going to go for a discussion, but apparently there doesn't need to be one.
I know you need to get home.
Well, it is, yeah, it is approaching that witching hour. Seriously,
I do
are
have
there
a
quick
question.
questions? Yeah, Gary.
And I forgot
But
to
I
mention-
do, I really appreciate the efficiency of, our council here.
Also,
Yes.
just wanted to mention, we do have the representative, Joe Perry, with the Olson Company. If there are any questions, he's here with us tonight.
Now, my question was, within 30 days, they're going to submit a concept review. Submit that to who?
That would be to the planning, to our planning, to the city.
Okay, but to the planning department, not to the planning commission. So, okay, so this is just something that's going to be submitted, and then they'll be following up with meetings with the community.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
that's the only question I had.
Okay. All right, there is a motion by Karen, seconded by Michael. Please vote. And Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Elois?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fennell?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Valley, great job. All right, we're down to the last two items, and Michael Sled, you are the man. Consideration of a resolution relating to the levy of fiscal year 2024-25 assessment in connection with the landscape maintenance district number 1. Michael Sled to report. Michael?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and
Good
Council.
evening.
Let me get those streetlights. So my first presentation tonight will be regarding consideration of resolutions relating to the levy of the fiscal year 24-25 assessment in connection with landscape maintenance district number 1. This will feel like deja vu because it's oddly identical almost to last year's presentation. So it should go pretty quick. The district consists of 7 zones separately levied to help fund the maintenance and repair of the improvements generally described above, including contract services, administrative personnel support, electricity, water, and administrative fees. In 2003, a resolution was adopted following a Proposition 218 ballot proceeding, which allowed for 6 of the 7 zones to be adjusted annually by the March to March Consumer Price Index change to the Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim area for all urban consumers in an amount not to exceed 5%. For this past year, the change was 4.03%. The table above summarizes the parcel levies for each district in FY 23-24 and FY 24-25. Maps and lists of the assessed parcels in each zone can be found in the engineer's report included in your packets. Shown here are the current total levies that will be collected in FY 24-25 for each zone, as well as the total maintenance costs. Zones operating at a deficit are subsidized by other funds such as the General Fund. Tonight's presentation and the adoption of the 3 resolutions before you are the first step the city must take in order to submit the assessments to the Los Angeles County for placement on property tax bills. 2 additional resolutions will then need to be submitted for consideration during a public hearing currently scheduled for June 11th, 2024. That concludes my first presentation.
All right, Michael, thank you. Is there a motion to accept this? A motion is made by Michael, seconded by Karen. Any questions of Michael?
Question. Where are we at with the private area on Sierra Madre behind the wall?
So most recently and currently, staff has been weed abating. We are getting proposals from Mariposa right now. There's been some intentional delay on enacting those because it's going to require amending the current contract. And so we have some other amendments to that contract that are going to be coming up related to the school district, for instance, and things like that. So we'll be looking to bring all those at the same time, and then we'll implement the improvements.
It is being addressed.
Yeah.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And I would just add to that, the council member, there's a number of the other areas that the council included in the most recent adopted budget, some permanent fixes for those areas as well.
Thanks.
All right, if there's nothing else, please vote. And Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Ellis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedenau?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we will move to our last item, item 15, consideration of resolutions relating to the levy of the fiscal year 2024-25 assessment in connection with the Streetlight Maintenance District 1. Michael Sled.
All right. Good evening again. My second presentation tonight will be regarding consideration of resolutions relating to the levy of the fiscal year 24-25 assessment in connection with Streetlight Maintenance District number 1. So the district includes almost 3,000 public streetlights, with over 90% of those owned by SCE and the remainder by the city. In 2006, a resolution was adopted following a Proposition 218 ballot, which allowed for the maximum assessment to be adjusted annually as high as the preceding year's CPI ratio for the Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim area for all urban consumers. For this past year, the change was 4.03%. Parcels in the district are divided into 2 benefit zones, with those in Zone B, including those parcels in gated communities served only by public perimeter lighting, and the remainder of the district in Zone A. District funds cover a portion of maintaining and servicing public street lighting costs on arterial roads, as well as public street lights on local roads. They are not used for private street lights, such as those owned by homeowners associations within gated communities, obsolete public street lights no longer in use, the general benefit portion of arterial public street lighting, public safety lights positioned atop traffic signals, or traffic signals themselves. District funds not expended in any given year are transferred to the district reserve for future district needs. Total costs and amounts levied are shown here. The district is expected to operate at a surplus with an estimated reserve balance of $573,187.21 at the end of FY 24-25. Tonight's presentation and the adoption of the 3 resolutions before you are the first step the city must take in order to submit the assessments to Los Angeles County for placement on property tax bills. 2 additional resolutions will then need to be submitted for consideration during a public hearing scheduled for June 11th, 2024. That concludes my second presentation.
All right, thank you, Michael. Very, very well done. A motion has been made by Karen Davis, seconded by Gary Boyer. Any questions regarding this to Michael? Seeing none, please vote. And Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Alves?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedenau?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all.
I just want to say thank you to everyone that engaged us tonight. You guys did a great job. I really appreciate that. We are at the close. Any closing comments from members of our council? Michael, Gary, David, Karen?
Just a reminder to the community that if they are available, they can join us tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. on the front steps of the police department in recognition of Peace Officers Memorial Day.
Great. Thank you very, very much. And reminding everybody again that Cultural Day is Saturday from 10 to 4, and would appreciate that too. And Chief, please.
Just take a moment of your time. I know it's getting late, but this is, as Michael indicated, my last council meeting. So I'd just like to say, we'll see each other at the going away celebration. But I want to say publicly, there's only one community member left, but for those online, it's been an absolute honor and pleasure to serve the Glendora community for the past 35 years. Last 4 as chief have been a roller coaster ride of fun and chaos and stress and just reward, knowing that we were in one particular place and we are in a much better place now.
That's right.
And I want to say that we have an immense amount of support in place and ready to go to support the new administration going forward. It should be streamlined and seamless, different face, different output, maybe not as spicy at you. But with the same care and concern. So I just want to say to all of you, I've worked with, and been up at the podium in front of different council makeups, but absolute pleasure, all of you, to work with. And we at the PD really appreciate the support. All of us do. And that's it in a nutshell. So thank you.
Chief, thank you. We will be saying a lot of stuff in a week or so, but you've enriched us, and your selfless act of service 24/7 has been amazing. Thank you, sir, for the hard work, the leadership that you have given us. We are better because you have been here. So thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Adam, anything closing?
Just gonna say, just really appreciate, we had a speaker earlier this evening ask about a public safety issue. Got some quick data back just for the public. We've received calls on parking, but none of the other sort of activities that have occurred. So we'll be reaching out to that homeowner and working with Airbnb to see if there's an issue. So just a quick reminder to the public, if you have an issue, come talk to us, email, call. We can't fix issues that we don't know about. So appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Danny, anything?
I have nothing. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. To staff here, thank you. Appreciate you. And we are adjourned at 9:23 p.m. Blessings.